Välkommen, welcome, benvinguts, bienvenue, ongiatorri, sveiki atvykę, benvindo, dobrodošli, tervetuloa to this closing webinar of the Listiac Erasmus Plus project. My name is Yvonne Backholm and I will be guiding you through this content-filled day. Listiac stands for Linguistically Sensitive Teaching in All Classrooms. And today we will be celebrating multilingualism, plurilingualism, and the possibility for teachers and future teachers to be linguistically sensitive in actions, attitudes, and beliefs in all mainstream classrooms all over Europe.
Vi lever i en värld där fler och fler elever pratar ett annat språk hemma än de pratar i skolan. Vi har en mångfald i språk och kulturer som växer hela tiden i våra skolor. Det är därför vi behöver projekt såsom Listiac. Listiac står för Linguistically Sensitive Teaching in All Classrooms. Det betyder att vi vill ha språkmedveten undervisning i alla våra skolor. Projektet är 3-årigt, det är ett Erasmus Plus-projekt. Där vårt mål är att vi ska försöka ändra på både undervisning och utbildning så att vi ser allting från ett flerspråkigt perspektiv istället för ett enspråkigt perspektiv.
Listiac ekintza ikerketa da. Honek esan nahi du proiektuko partadi garenok irakasle eskolako irakasleekin, ikasleekin eta jardunean ari diren irakasle eta legegileekin batera elkarlanean ari garela.
Nós kuriame pokyčius kartu.
Estamos aqui para fazer a mudança.
Wij zijn hier voor verandering.
Hemen gaude aldaketaren alde.
We are here for change!
Kakšna je vloga ministrstva v tem projektu? Večplastna. Najprej pomeni povezovanje, saj povezujemo deležnike na različnih nivojih izobraževanja, tako na nacionalni kot na mednarodni ravni. Potem bo naša skrb, kako rezultate projekta vpeljati v sistem na različne načine, bomo videli, kako in kje bi bilo to najbolje. In seveda na koncu promocija. Govorimo o spremembah razmišljanja. In spremembe razmišljanja se ne zgodijo čez noč, zato je naša naloga in skrb, da o tem govorimo pogosto in da na podlagi tega poskušamo doseči določeno spremembo v izobraževanju.
Tenho a oportunidade de ler livros em várias línguas, esloveno, inglês, espanhol, português. На русском я говорю в семье, с родными, также смотрю фильмы, читаю книги на русском.
Jezikovno občutljivo poučevanje pri pouku izgleda tako, da vključujemo čim več različnih jezikov, zlasti jezike tistih dijakov, ki so tujci, prinašajo k pouku svojo materinščino, pa tudi vse jezike, ki jih dijaki znajo od različnih potovanj in pa seveda jezike, ki si jih učimo na naši šoli.
On est là pour changer.
Tehdään muutos yhdessä.
Tu smo, da spreminjamo.
Yes, the motto of the Listiac project is "We are here for change." And during this webinar, we are going to hear examples of how this change can be made. And we would, of course, love your input during the day. And feel free to use the chat function here on YouTube to the right of the video stream to post questions and comments. And our project partners and speakers will do their very best to get answers to your questions. But now, let us kick off the day by giving the screen to the Dean of the Faculty of Education and Welfare Studies here at Akademi University in Vasa. Professor Fritjof Sahlström, who I happen to know is a firm believer in plurilingualism in teacher education. Fritjof.
Dear Listiac conference participants, my name is Fritjof Sahlström. I'm the Dean of the Faculty of Education and Welfare Studies here at Åbo Akademi in Vasa, and I'm happy to have the opportunity to welcome you to this conference. I would have really liked and have also hoped for being able to welcome you to Vasa physically, but things being what they are, this is what has to do. I thought I'd share a few words with you about our faculty. We are located by the sea. It's now frozen. And we have as our goal for our education to educate multilingual experts for diverse future welfare societies. Something that resonates well, of course, with the Listiac aims and goals. We're located in this old mill right by the sea in Vasa. Åbo Akademi is a university that has a two-campus system, so some of us are located here in Vasa, where I'm also at the moment, and some of us are in Åbo, or as it's called in Finland, in Finnish and English, Turku, about 300 kilometers south from here. About 5,500 students, a little bit more than 1,000 employees, about 100 million as our budget, and approximately 1,300 research publications a year. One thing that characterizes Åbo Akademi and also the faculty is that we work in Swedish, which is the minority language here in Finland. As you know already, you're knowledgeable in this field. This is something that makes us stand out from other Finnish universities. One big focus for the faculty has been and will continue to be is teaching and learning in schools. We can educate any kind of teacher that Finland needs from the faculty, so from the small kids, a year old, all the way into lifelong learning and in all sectors of society. And here we have a lot of research. There's a picture here of Siv Björklund, who all of you know and who we'll meet soon. She's one of our leading researchers and a very important one working on issues of bi and multilingualism in educational context. But there's a range of work going on from looking at the use of mobile phone to physical education to structural matters. Plenty of research on teaching and learning at the faculty. In addition to education, we also have social sciences and health sciences. So a few words about social sciences, who as all of Åbo Akademi would say, or at least large parts of Åbo Akademi, is very good at looking at minority aspects in different ways. And here we have, within the social sciences, we have a lot of research looking at the way that the Swedish language population in Finland, how social care, how care of the elderly, how demography and demographic changes, how they affect this Swedish medium minority in Finland and minorities in general. We also have within the social sciences, there is this notion about this Nobel Prize winner. We have something called the Peace Program, which is a international master's program on peace and mediation research, very much sought after. And finally, in terms of our research areas, we also have health sciences at the faculty, I think, which also is growing and expanding in a very interesting direction. One of them being looking at the use of robots and the whole technologification of care, especially of the elderly, but also in general being focused on and being interested in and doing research on well-being in different ways. I don't want to forego the conclusions from your very interesting conference coming up here, but having looked a bit at the conference program and also at the work that has been done in Listiac, something that I've been a project that I've been following since the start, I think that there are quite many lessons to learn for Åbo Akademi, for the minority language Åbo Akademi from this project. And one of them, and I think maybe the most important one, is that us being a minority language university, it might sometimes be a bit tempting and easy to slip into the idea that just because we speak and work in Swedish, that means that we are linguistically aware in the way that we need to be, and that this and that our minority language position somehow in itself would guarantee and ensure that we have an inclusive and reflexive and knowledgeable attitude towards speakers of different languages and to difference and multitude in general. I don't think that's all that. I'm not so sure that we succeed there, and I think the findings that are being presented from Listiac really both underline the need for every once in a while to stop and think about what we're doing, but also provide a lot of resources for learning about how we should do. So I'm very happy that Listiac has been around, and I think that I and many others will continue to be happy for a long time with the kind of insights, findings, and very practical and clear recommendations that have come out of the project. I'm proud to have been able to be the dean of the faculty that has hosted the project. I haven't done anything for it, but I'm still proud to have as my colleagues the people that have done the actual job, and I'm really happy for all of those that have been collaborating. You've had a struggle with COVID, of course. I am myself involved in a couple of international projects, both in applications and in running international projects, and it is a very different landscape to do that in this distance situation compared to the situation that most of us had planned for. But I think all of you have done a tremendous job, and I want to congratulate on that and wish you a good and rewarding conference. And in normal situations, I would have said we are warmly welcome to Vasa. You still are actually warmly welcome to Vasa at any time. Just let us know. With this, have a good conference, and I hope there will be lots of learning in the hours that you have ahead of you.
Thank you very much, Fritjof, for this inspiring opening of the day. And this auditorium where I actually stand right now is where we had hoped to welcome you. But here we are. And I will have to start by correcting myself. I did mention earlier that you are welcome to use the chat function on YouTube. Actually, the chat function is on the web page of Listiac. So you go to listiac.org, and there you find the chat and comment function. While Fritjof was talking, the project leader, Professor Björklund, joined me here on stage. Welcome, Siv.
Thank you, Yvonne. And may I take the liberty also to wish you all very welcome on the part of myself and also the whole Listiac partnership. I hope you will enjoy the day together with us here today and hear a lot about interesting results that we have achieved during our project time.
Yes, and I bet there's lots of thoughts and emotions going through your head right now when a long and ambitious project is drawing to a close.
Yes, in a way. It has been 3 years with a lot of fun, but also with a lot of activities. So it's nice to stand here today, and we are at the closing seminar.
Yes. But could you now tell us a bit about the rationale, the background, and the basis for the Listiac project? How come that you embarked on such an ambitious journey?
Well, in today's society, migration, globalization, and labor mobility are increasing across Europe, also on globally. So as phenomenon, these also influence the field of education. And of course, by no means multilingualism or multiculturalism are new trends. We address multilingualism and multiculturalism almost daily and in local, regional, national, European, also international levels. However, in the field of education, there are still perceptions about that the multiculturalism, multilingualism, and also language identity, they belong only to language education and to language teachers only. And all research, all studies have shown that we need all actors within the education field to be there to support and include all children in school communities.
So how would you say that education actually can meet the needs of the globalized world?
Well, I think that today when you enter a daycare or kindergarten or school, it has become increasingly more difficult to find a child who has just experience of one language or one culture when entering the kindergarten or the school. So a crucial part of education is to prepare every child, also those who come from very monolingual or monocultural backgrounds, to prepare them for a world mobility. Yeah. So in this sense, every child, I think, and pupil also, regardless of their linguistic and cultural background, has the right to attend kindergarten and school where linguistically sensitive teaching is used. And this becomes more and more important because we have a growing number of children and pupils that have another language as first language or mother tongue compared with what the language of the school is. So imagine how difficult it would be if you have to access knowledge in a language where you really can't communicate or interact. So this is really the responsibility of every teacher to try to use linguistically sensitive teaching to really let all students and pupils have access to knowledge in different subjects.
It's sort of a question of their identity also, isn't it?
It is an identity question, because you are not there just with half of yourself.
Exactly.
But if only the language of the school is accepted, then it's just half of you there. So we have to have a real holistic view on the whole linguistic repertoire and also respect their identity.
Exactly.
And bring it forward in the classroom. And in this endeavor, it is not enough to just have language teachers. We need all teachers, not only as I say, language teachers, but non-language teachers, subject teachers, because all of them provide also access to knowledge when they interact and communicate in their classrooms.
Yeah, so if we go more specifically then, how can Listiac contribute to this field?
As a project, Listiac focuses on preparing for the future. So in particular, we have had as our main target group teacher educators and student teachers in initial teacher education. And here again, once again, we have welcomed all those teacher educators who are not specialists in language, but in non-language subjects. In addition, another main target group comprises of in-service teachers and a whole school approaches. A characteristic of Listiac is further that it is based on action research. So this involves cooperation, very close cooperation between the project members and also the target groups. And together they have jointly improved and developed a reflection and discussion toolkit that we hope will be most helpful for all our target groups.
And that we will hear more about later today.
We will hear more about it later today. And the good thing with the toolkit is that one needs no prior knowledge of a linguistic sensitive teaching, and it requires no extra extra training before implementing it. So the toolkit is really designed to function as a systematic part of the teacher studies in teacher education, but also a tool for raising discussion about linguistically sensitive teaching in schools, in whole schools. And our aim is to advance from today's situation where we have teachers that in different linguistically diverse classrooms have to react because they notice that that way of teaching is not functioning very well. And by the project we hope to more go into interaction with the target groups to prepare them for linguistically sensitive teaching and to be proactive so they know how to use linguistic sensitive teaching also in before and feel secure in their teaching.
And be sort of active agents in this change, if you like. Yeah, instead of just reacting.
By having all the target groups with us, we hope that we can really steadily anchor the linguistic sensitive teaching. So it's an initiative to develop on their own later on when the project has ended.
Yeah, in a true sort of co-creational way. You mentioned the entire school community and
cooperation and dialogue. That's been the main keywords that we have been used all through the project.
Exactly. All right. So what kind of a project is Listiac? We know it's been going for 3 years now. And could you tell us a bit more about the partnership and how you've gone about it?
Well, Listiac is a 3-year project, as you said, and it's also an Erasmus Plus project. And another typical characteristic of the project is that it is a experimentation policy project, and this implies that, of course, evidence-based research is a natural part of the project, but equally important is also that the implementation of new and innovative policy. And in this
to make the change.
Really make the change. And in this work, we ministries are on a very crucial level because they can really have influence on national policies. So we have 3 ministries with us. The Ministry of Education and Culture in Finland, the Ministry of Education in Portugal, and also the Ministry of Education, Science and Sport in Slovenia. So our 3 ministries are really nicely distributed geographically in Western, Eastern and Northern Europe. And they really have a crucial role for implementing the policy and also suggesting changes in the policy. And actually, before we started our project, it was required from us as the university to be in contact with the ministry, and we had very valuable and very nice discussions with the Ministry of Education and Culture in Finland and also the National Agency for Education in Finland, and they entrusted us with submitting the proposal, and also now when the proposal was accepted, they have been supporting us through the whole project as coordinators.
And you're lots of partners spread around Europe as well.
We really are spread over all Europe. We have the 3 ministries, but also 9 universities as well, and 2 associated partners. All of them have actively contributed throughout the project time.
And one final question to you, Siv, before we move on with the day. Has it all been smooth sailing over the 3 years, or have you encountered some unexpected turns? We did get a pandemic, didn't we?
We did get a pandemic. And before I go into that, I perhaps very briefly say that we structured the project in such a way that we have had a research team, researchers working full-time to compile, to compare and also contrast data that concern linguistically sensitive teaching, initial teacher education, and also multilingualism across the context, all the 9 contexts that we have in our projects. And they also were the main creators of the toolkit that I mentioned briefly here before. And as assistants here, they had another team, a team of field workers. The fieldwork team consists of junior researchers and research assistants, and they have been collecting the data. They have documented the data, translated the data from and to other the languages we needed, and they have also been very important links between the researchers and the teachers in the classroom to really create a supportive and empowering language environment.
So quite a task, and then you were hit by the pandemic.
We were hit at the pandemic, yes, at the worst timing we could have, because we had our toolkits ready for implementation and for testing, and then suddenly all schools were locked down.
Yes.
But on the other hand, a good thing was that we were able to really, very smoothly, I think, go on digitally, working the toolkit accessible online, and we also had very good partnerships very good partners with the teachers and teacher educators. They were also there for us with online discussion when we had about the toolkit.
Yes, so very good. And we will hear a lot more during the day about the thorough knowledge going into the project, and of course the outputs, even more thorough, coming out of the project. Thank you, Siv, for giving us this background and insights into the topic of the day. Now we are going to dig deeper into the fundamentals of linguistically sensitive teaching. 5 of the project partners are going to share their research and experiences on the topic with us. This will demand your attention, and we will break it up with some action from you, so stay alert. First, we will start with Professor Nathalie Auger of Paul-Valéry University, Montpellier 3, on challenges and practices for teacher education, pupils' home language and identity while learning the language of schooling. Nathalie will be followed by Professor Piet van Avermaet of Ghent University on the topic of language-sensitive teaching in teacher education in a monolingual policy context. And remember that if you have questions and comments, go to listiac.org and please post them there and be active on the chat function there. And then, guys, after Pete, it is your turn. So stay tuned.
Hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be here with you for the Listiac closing seminar. My name is Nathalie Auger. I am a professor at the University of Montpellier in the south of France. I am piloting the Listiac project for France with Nathalie Pépiot, Jérémy Sauvage, and formerly Chloé Sauvestre. My field of research is teaching French as the language of schooling in a multilingual context. My research center is L'Humain, and it hosts different projects on this topic of multilingualism and education. Today, I would like to present one important aspect of the Listiac project regarding challenges and practices for teacher education, focusing on pupils' home languages and identities while learning the language of schooling. We have learned many lessons from the Listiac project, and we would like to share with you our most important findings. I will focus on our data in our specific context in France, in particular the reflections of the teachers who have practiced LST in their classrooms, and the reflections, of course, of the pupils and some parents who have benefited from the projects in their school, And finally, I will share with you reflection of inspectors who participated in the project as decision makers and as educators too. In the Listiac project, we wanted to focus on the fact that all languages and ways of speaking, communicating are valuable and are resources very important for teaching and learning. It is obvious that in language classes, teachers teaching the language of schooling or literature or foreign or ancient languages like Greek or Latin, or teachers who teach regional languages will value languages. But will they also value pupils' home languages? That is what we wanted to inquire in this Listiac project. In France, we live in a nation state where French is the language of the Constitution, and many teachers still think that forgetting all about your language repertoire is a good start to learn a new language, contrary to what scientific theories have proved for more than 50 years. That is why, in our context in France, we have developed Listiac activities from kindergarten to high school with a specific focus on pupils' home languages. Actually, in big cities in the south of France, where we work, sometimes 1 on 4 children to 1 on 2 children sometimes speak another or other languages at home. So you see, it's very, very important. We have multilingualism everywhere in the different schools. And as we know, using these languages as a resource is very interesting to improve competencies in other languages, of course, but also in the content of the different subjects too. Research theories such as Cummins's, Garcia's have showed for a long time that languages are linked to identities. Each human being is in need to recognize herself, himself, her or his own resources as something very important. It is emotional, social, cognitive dimensions that really matter for everyone. Since 1989, Article 30 from the Convention on the Rights of the Child declares that in states where there are ethnic, religious or linguistic minorities or persons of indigenous origin, a child may not be deprived of the right to use his or her own language. That is why during the Listiac project, we have been very, very careful to any comments related to these dimensions, and we would like to share with you pupils' voices. I would like to add that UNICEF supports the voices of children. They say that children should be heard and respected on scientific topics which concern them. Out of respect for the children, but also for the teachers and parents who took part in Listiac activities, we wanted to dedicate this closing seminar to the voices of all of those who participated in the project. Because they are the strength of our results, much more than all the theories that we researchers could test, I will therefore give them the floor now. The voices you will hear here were collected during LST, such as languages biographies, comparing languages, multilingual school rituals, multilingual museum visits, writing a multilingual museum guide, writing multilingual wish cards and posters, writing a multilingual repertoire, practicing sports, sciences in different languages, and so many more you can consult in the general Listiac websites and the French websites. You will see that the voices will, their Listiac colors, orange, for example, taken from a short live video I will show you after the analysis, and the yellow examples are available in other videos you can find in our website in France. Unfortunately, we cannot watch everything now for time reason, but you will have the opportunities to spend time with the pupils' voices afterwards, watching some more films if you like to. Regarding pupils' voices about using home language, Let's hear Samira saying that she can speak Arabic, Spanish, plus French and English. So Samira actually speaks 2 home languages, and of course French, which is the language of schooling, and English, which is the language taught in her school, and Spanish, which is the second language taught in the middle school too. So LST activities really help the kid to take awareness of the different language existing in their own repertoire. The activities also help recognition of oneself and others. Let's hear Jordan saying, there's someone who is a little interested in my language, my origins, all that's nice. And Hamad also says, everyone was proud of his or her languages during Listiac activities. So you see that there is a double movement of recognition. It is so important for developing confident identities. The pupils are also expressing that the activities help them a lot to dare being who they are. You can hear Camille say that he felt released, set free thanks to the Listiac activities. When we asked, would you like your friends to know your languages and how would you feel? He would feel released, he would feel set free. So you see how important it is for kids to be recognized in their own home languages. You can also hear Jibril says that he learned things about his origin and about his own language thanks to LST. LST activities have increased motivation and the notion of language safety, as Labov explained in the 70s, regarding the fact of feeling insecurity when you speak and learn at school. When we asked, for example, Lee, if he liked working with home languages, he answered, yes, I do love it. You will see Lee saying, I love it in the video. It's wonderful. Another kid, Ilyes, explained that he would be more successful at school if he could use his home language. Would you like the teachers to talk about your language, Arabic, which is Arabic, in school? And Ilyes answered, it would be good because I would be successful. You see how much interesting it is for kids to be recognized and to use their language in a way to be recognized in the class. We also wanted to hear the pupils' voices from the kids who speaks French at home to see their reactions to LST. And it is very, very interesting how LST allowed them to discover, then recognize, and finally share learnings with their classmates. Emil says that he didn't know there were so many languages in his class. And Tom added that he's been in this class for 2 years, but he didn't know there were all these languages. How interesting and how strange. I mean, home languages are such resources that it's strange that the kids didn't know there were many languages in their own classroom. Adrian was surprised also. So you see the students' surprise and then the interest to learn about their classmates. Nathan says he didn't know much about the people in his class, and thanks to them, he was able to learn a lot. So you see there's an exchange, there's a mutual expertise and learning going on in the classroom thanks to LST. Kevin adds, I thought my classmates only spoke French, but indeed they didn't, and we have learned many things with them. Now, I would like to leave the floor to parents' voices. We also led LST, including parents, such as presenting paintings in home languages in a museum. And the parents declared, like Nabil's mom, that thanks to LST, her son has learned about his origins a lot. And Chiara's mom said that afterwards she felt closer to her daughter. So it is interesting how the relationships in the family are deeper, much deeper after such experiences. Let's listen now to teachers' voices about using home languages during LST. We have identified 3 steps of reaction. First step is taking awareness of home languages in his or her classes. You have an history teacher in a middle school saying, and here out of a class of 24, I realized that there were more than half of them, in fact, that they had home languages other than French at home. Second step is recognizing home languages. Françoise in a primary school said that she really have a display of all their linguistic competencies that they are not necessarily aware. And Karen in middle school added that a class is far from being monolingual. You still have to know your class to be able to speak the same language that is multicultural and multilingual. And then after having taken awareness, recognizing home languages, you have another dimension, which is supporting empowerment. And Françoise in primary schools explains that these students were finally able to conceptualize perhaps at a superior level than they could have done in French. So it's interesting because thanks to LST, you can learn better and more easily. So now I would like to let you listen by yourself to these reactions that are so much more relevant when pupils speak lively themselves.
Parce que dans nos classes ordinaires, les élèves parlent souvent de nombreuses langues.
Je suis espagnole, je parle français et arabe.
Et que nous l'ignorons.
D'abord, je vais amener l'arabe parce que c'est la première langue que j'avais commencé à parler.
Je vais présenter ces tableaux-là en ma langue.
Je vais présenter en mandarin.
Le catalan, je l'ai appris à l'école quand j'avais 3 ans.
Pourtant, les langues sont au cœur de notre humanité.
C'est la langue de ma famille.
C'est une langue que je parle à la maison avec mon frère, ma mère et mon père.
C'est notre langue. On ne parle pas arabe.
Au point que parfois les élèves les oublient eux-mêmes.
Je trouvais ça super intéressant de valoriser en même temps ces élèves, de valoriser ces langues qu'on ne connaît pas toujours.
Dans ma classe, je savais qu'il y avait d'autres langues que le français, mais je ne pensais pas autant.
Japon, tu découvres d'autres langues parce que je ne connaissais même pas. On était dans la même classe, ça fait 2 ans et je ne connaissais même pas.
Il y en avait, je ne savais pas, ils parlaient des autres langues. Moi, je croyais qu'ils parlaient que le français, mais on a appris des choses avec ces personnes.
Ça m'a surpris qu'il y ait autant d'enfants qui parlent d'autres langues. Je ne connaissais pas beaucoup de choses sur les gens de ma classe et ça m'a fait apprendre beaucoup de choses.
Je me suis dit, enfin, il y a quelqu'un qui s'intéresse un peu à ma langue, à mes origines, un peu tout ça. Ça fait plaisir.
C'est leur mettre face à eux ce dont ils sont capables. Et ce dont sont capables les autres aussi.
Et d'apprendre aussi à mon fils l'origine de ses parents. Et voilà, ça va rapprocher encore plus.
On a vraiment un étalage de toute leur richesse linguistique dont ils n'ont pas forcément conscience eux-mêmes.
J'ai appris des choses sur mon origine, sur ma langue.
Como lo vemos, el sol ya está fuerte. El cielo es azul. Muestra que es verano.
Est-ce que tu parles d'autres langues à part l'espagnol?
Je parle arabe et un peu de basque.
Plantepar Juatian Tengrota et Verda Portocali de Rose.
Salam alaikum.
Les langues sont une ressource puissante pour développer des compétences en langue de scolarisation. Et dans les autres matières scolaires.
J'aurais bien aimé expliquer aux autres ce que ça veut dire, des mots en arabe, leur expliquer ce que ça veut dire en français.
Ces élèves-là ont pu finalement conceptualiser peut-être à un niveau supérieur que ce qu'ils auraient pu faire en français. Une classe est loin d'être monolingue. Il faut quand même connaître sa classe pour pouvoir parlaient le même langage, c'est-à-dire pluriculturel et plurilingue.
Est-ce que tu as vraiment aimé travailler sur la langue de ta famille?
Oui, il y avait tout le monde qui était fier de sa langue.
I would like now to conclude speaking about policymakers, inspectors' reactions to the Listiac project, because they will have to play a central part to work on educational changes tomorrow. It is interesting to notice that the pattern is pretty much the same as the teachers. First, they take awareness of the emotional and learning potential of home languages. I will quote one of the inspector reaction, saying it is extremely touching to see this mother and a child present a work of art and the feelings they have about this work of art to its author into languages based on the text that has been elaborated and that has been it possible to rediscover the language of the grandparents, in particular the Italian that I mentioned, and that makes it possible to nourish and enrich these young people rather than to dry up in contact with a language that would be, in the final analysis, that would be perceived essentially through the medium of difficulty. So you see, there is a huge taking of awareness that taking into account home languages are crucial. Then the second step is recognizing. One inspector said, I witnessed a very interesting moment of very strong investment from all sides, from the pupils, very strong participation from the children, pride from the children, and commitment and presence of the families, active presence, importance of relying on the parents as resources. Here, the school has the opportunity to transform the vision we may have of families who have a strong resource, since in their fields of language, they are experts, and to see them as experts, it changing the views of the teachers, it changing the views of the pupils. So you see, everyone is recognizing that home language are very, very central for learning. Then another step is empowering. One inspector said, it can be a resource at several levels from my point of view. It is a resource because a child who feels considered is in a position to be able to learn and to be able to take his or her place within the class. And the first consideration is the consideration given to the language he or she speaks. This attention from the teacher finds a very strong echo in the pupils very early on. And I think that this is in an area that is not enough exploited, etymology and comparison of languages in the service of vocabulary, the basis of learning for a year or a cycle. So there is perhaps an entry point to have for teachers, training and initial and continuing training. Then the last step is high-level conceptualization. Here you see that the policymaker really understands that thanks to LST, you have better conceptualization and learning. From one word to words, language, grammar, we can build things that show firstly that languages are alive, but what is a norm in French will not necessarily be a norm in English or in German or in Arabic or in Chinese, and that sociolinguistic norms, not only linguistic norms, and therefore social norms are attached to this, and that the pupils have to deal with all this. So you see, it's very, very interesting, because it's not about learning the schooling language or the foreign languages in a school is being aware that in general, languages, different languages have linguistic norms, social norms. So it's very high level conceptualization to be aware of it. So now, what are the challenges and practices for teacher education? First of all, we have to take awareness of the various languages, home languages, foreign languages, language of schooling, regional languages, different norms, and so on. Then we have to recognize them. Then we have to use the power of them. And of course, it will lead to work on high-level conceptualization. These different aspects and dimensions are developed in the reflection tools the Listiac project offers. Pupils' home languages and identities gave us a major opportunity to find new ways of improving education. Let's continue to listen to them for the future. Thank you very much.
First of all, we would like to thank the Listiac coordination team of Auger University in Vasa for giving us the opportunity to share with you our findings and our reflections on what you can see here in the title, Linguistically Sensitive Teaching in Teacher Education in a Monolingual Policy Context. What I'd like to share with you is first, I would like to give you an overview of the language policy context in Belgium, and then focus more onto this topic, which is language-sensitive teaching. First, we will look at language-sensitive teaching at the policy level, and then within the domain of teacher education. And at the end, I will share with you some conclusions. So with regard to the language policy context in Belgium, it is important to take into account that Belgium consists linguistically of 3 sub-state monolingual policy spaces. As you can see, the region I'm going to talk about is Flanders, where Dutch is the only official language. Also, for instance, in domains of education. So in all official spaces, in Flanders, in the northern part of Belgium, there the only official language is Dutch. It's important to take that into account. The only exception in Belgium is Brussels capital region, which is officially bilingual. But in this talk, we will focus on Flanders and the dominance of the monolingual context and the dominance of Dutch. Second thing to take into account with regard to language policy, official language policies, is that Flanders can be characterized as a region with a strong monolingual ideology. This is definitely the case for the last 2 decades due to processes of globalization and increased mobility that had an impact on societies at large and different domains in society, with an increase of diversity in general and with regard to linguistic diversity in particular. What we also see in Flanders for the last 20 years is a strong return of assimilation discourses and policies of conditionality. The knowledge of the dominant language is conditional for social participation. And this is a clear token of what we could call a revival of monolingual ideologies, where the use of the common language is seen as indispensable for social cohesion, where social cohesion can only be assured through the use of the standard variety of the dominant language, again, in our case, Dutch. Third, the knowledge of the dominant language is a condition for social participation and is also seen as a condition for school success. And I'll come back to that in a second. And fourth, knowledge of the dominant language is indicative for the knowledge of the dominant culture, norms, and values. And finally, a hallmark of monolingual ideologies is that the insufficient or the limited knowledge of the dominant language of immigrant adults or children is seen as an expression of insufficient loyalty and a threat to the social cohesion of the nation state. And it is important to take into account that on these monolingual ideologies, which are very strong in Flanders, that language policies are based and that these are implemented by policy agents and structures, for instance, schools, and which impact teachers' beliefs and practices. So I'd like to focus here on what does that mean with regard to that monolingual ideology model and how education tries to function and maneuver in that context. And for that reason, it is important to stress and to focus specifically to put our lens on a very important topic in education, which is linked to language. The current responses to the tenacious social inequality. We know that for more than 20 years, social inequality in our educational systems is a real problem. There is a lot of inequality in education, in educational systems. What we see is that in trying to address that problem of social inequality, we see a very territorial monolingual policy which is strictly maintained in formal public spaces like education in order to address that problem of inequality. As a consequence, the acquisition of the language of instruction, again in Flanders, Dutch, as the only official language, has been put forward for the last 2 decades as the main and even in some cases the sole lever to address social inequality. And the continued use by children, by pupils, by students of the so-called bad language is seen as an obstacle to learning the language of instruction and hence to school success. We also see in that context that most schools, most institutions and the policy levels do not acknowledge and in some cases even ban and suppress the use of pupils' other language repertoires at school, in teacher education, and in the classroom in particular. That, of course, impacts on teachers' beliefs and also on teacher trainers' beliefs. These are just 2 examples, just 2 data we collected. 8 teachers on 10 in secondary education in Flanders do agree with the assertion that non-Dutch speaking pupils should not be allowed to speak their home language at school. And only 3% of the people of the group we interviewed agrees with the assertion that non-Dutch speaking pupils should be offered regular subjects in their home language. So this is the policy context. And what we see is that the language of instruction, the dominant language Dutch, which is strongly influenced by that monolingual policy, that official policy, and the multilingual realities in schools from primary up to higher education, that these multilingual realities are in a kind of binary relationship, where one side is seen as the legitimate, the non-negotiable norm, and the other as deviant from that. So learning through the dominant language is seen as the legitimate norm, and that's why we see that in most educational systems in Flanders, there is a strive for an exclusive second language submersion model that has become a doxa. And multilingual education, or doing something with the multilingual repertoires of our students, is seen as deviant from the norm and seen as counterproductive for learning. A marginal comment that needs to be made here is that at the same time, both in the official Flemish policies as in the practices, a kind of double standard can be observed with regard to multilingualism in education. On the one hand, certain languages which we could call white or prestigious languages like English, French, Italian are seen as having an asset for education, but at the same time, languages that have less prestige, that are less prestigious, or what some people call black languages like Turkish, Arabic, Tigrinya, are seen as bad languages and having no asset value for school success. So what is interesting to see here that on on the one hand, language, the dominant language, is put forward as the solution, as the panacea for social inequality, and on the other hand, that same concept of language, but in this case, the so-called non-prestigious languages, are seen as standing in the way, as a kind of the villain. So that brings me to the specific context of this project. What is the situation with regard to language-sensitive teaching? And again, first of all, I would like to focus what this policy in Flanders says with regard to language-sensitive teaching. There is a clear top-down silence. Language-sensitive teaching is recognized officially, it is a notion which is officially recognized in the national or the subnational education policy framework from 2018 onwards. However, the concept is not clearly defined, and most important, two implicit ideas underlie that concept of language-sensitive teaching. First of all, every teacher or every subject teacher is seen as also a language teacher, but this is the most interesting underlying idea. The salience of the dominant language, of Dutch as a language of instruction, is defined singular. So we are not talking about, contrary to what we have in our project, languages in plural. In the official documents of the Flemish education government, language-sensitive teaching, the concept language is singular, suggesting that it is only focusing on Dutch or a Dutch-only approach. An alternative term which is being used in the Flemish decrees is language developmental teaching. Also language singular, so no space for multilingualism. So far, we see that no top-down policy actions to promote or implement LST in the new teacher education framework have been enacted. On the contrary, we see actually opposite dynamics. And this is just one quote from a teacher educator. Yes, it is easy to put linguistically sensitive teaching as a term, that term in decrees without providing any context. Now, again, it is important to stress that no context is given, no explanations are given. It is not clearly defined, but in the use of the word language in singular, it implicitly gives an ideological, or it takes an ideological position. Okay, now, based on these policy contexts in general and with particular to LST, let's dig a bit more in the context of LST in teacher education. First, we will look to what extent do we see LST in curricula and in the programs of teacher education. So that's what we're gonna focus first on. What we see is, contrary to the subnational policies, are interesting bottom-up dynamics, but with a lot of prudence. We see that in the majority of the teacher education institutions in Flanders, there is indeed a strong focus on, in the training of the future teachers, on the learning or the instruction of the language of instruction, on language developmental teaching or language sensitive teaching. It is in the curriculum. There are modest attempts to address multilingual realities, to train the future teachers how to deal with the multilingual realities. However, this is limited, with mainly focusing on what kind of language awareness activities can a teacher do in a classroom in order to acknowledge and to embrace the multilingual realities. So that is, to a large extent, a very kind of kumbaya and peripheral approach of how to deal with multilingualism in the curriculum. It is also in the curriculum very modularized and very fragmented. So it is scattered all over the place. It is not really well structured in most cases. And what we implicitly also now and then see is that sometimes to the student teachers opposite messages are being given. There is a strong focus on the importance for migrant children to learn the language of instruction, but that is very much focused upon from a language deficiency model. At the same time, there is input and student teachers are being trained to do something positive with the multilingual repertoires from a diversity model. So that there is a tension, a kind of opposite dynamic between, on the one hand, focusing on the learning of the dominant language from a deficiency perspective, and on the other hand, multilingualism from a diversity perspective. Okay. What we also see on the basis of data we collected is that at the institutional level, the inclusion of language-sensitive teaching is very patchy. From all the teacher education institutions we interviewed, there were only 3 teacher education institutes that announced plans to implement LST. What we do see is that, or saw in our data, is that there are clear, explicit connections between LST on the one hand and the social context of diversity and multilingualism. That is clear in at least these 3 institutions. And that is interesting to observe because that is in contrast with the subnational monolingual policy. There were no real forums in place in the teacher education institutes for reflection, for discussion, to exchange ideas, but also not for professional development among the teacher educators, especially those teaching, those who teach non-language subjects. What we also found was that teacher education staff composition showed few ethnic and linguistic diversity. So we're not talking about the students, but the teacher educator staff, which is still to a large extent white and middle class. And finally, there was overall an absence of concerted actions, also with regard to professional development of the teacher educations. And there was the systematic institutional policies to implement multilingual policies in the present teacher education programs was to a large extent absent, at least in terms of concerted actions. Good. Now, let's move the lens towards what are the perceptions of the teacher educations? To what extent are they familiar with LST, with that concept, and to what extent do they do something in their programs or in their teaching practices? What we can say overall is that the knowledge amongst the teacher educators we interviewed is limited. There is also a low self-efficacy, but there is a lot of goodwill. And here I just give an overview of some data with some quotes, and I won't read the quotes due to lack of time, but afterwards each of you will be able to carefully read the quotes. What is important and what we found was that none of the interviewed participants really knew the concept of LST as we defined it in our Listiac project. Also, all the participants were familiar with more or less familiar with the related notion of language awareness and language developmental teaching. As I said, with that language singular, with that focus on Dutch, so no space, they were not familiar, they were mainly familiar with that focus of the acquisition of the dominant language. When we asked the people we interviewed to try to guess what LST could mean, most of their intuitive attempts at describing the concept came close to what they already knew, which is language awareness, language developmental teaching, or a combination of this. Again, with that main focus on only the dominant language. So you here see that doxa, that commonsensicality, in people's familiarity and thinking with regard to this topic. We observed a general awareness about the importance of multilingual pedagogies from the start of teacher education. And that is an interesting observation because that wasn't the case before. Let's say 10, 15 years ago, we saw that at the end of teacher training in teacher education, then a bit of information was given with regard to diversity, migrant students, multilingualism. Now, there is an increasing awareness that that needs to be implemented in the curriculum from the start of a teacher education program. And this, of course, creates, it is not installed yet, but it creates ideological spaces for the establishment of language-sensitive teaching in the curriculum. What we also found was that teacher educators of language subjects showed more knowledge and practice with regard to multilingualism, LST, than teacher educators who are teaching non-language subjects. In most cases, the knowledge was absent. Teach as you preach in LST is definitely something that teacher educators remain struggling with. What we meant with that is that although in some teacher educations there is a linguistic diversity can be observed, not many of the teacher educators dare to exploit the multilingual repertoires which are in their classrooms in order to lead the students to that experience how language-sensitive teaching can be practiced. And this links strongly with that low self-efficacy amongst teacher educators. Also, we saw in the interviews that teacher educators still showed a lot of concern with trying to reconcile language correctness. Language correctness was seen as more important than hybrid approaches of languages, translanguaging practices, exploiting mixing languages. So there was more focus on correctness with student teachers, informal language use. Language errors it was more important for them to correct errors than to allow students to mix languages or to bring in dialects or whatsoever. Teacher educators, although they saw the added value in collaboration with researchers, which we think is very important. And then finally, teacher educators were very much aware of the political tension in society and the politics about the positive role of multilingualism in education. So they were aware of the fact, on the one hand, that the current policy context in Flanders is rather monolingual, negative towards multilingualism on the one hand, and the bottom-up dynamics and the need to do something positive with multilingualism in education. So teacher educators were very much aware of that tension. Which brings me to some final conclusions, some concluding reflections. First of all, at policy level, we are strongly convinced that evidence-based or on a very epistemological basis, as researchers, it is important to do advocacy work so that we also can contribute to altering the political discourses. And that's a long, slow process, but we think that it is important so that we can contribute in altering the political discourses that connect people and that encourage them to embrace multilingualism and to perceive and exploit it as part of good citizenship. So we as researchers, we need to become more media literate in order to participate in that role of changing the current monolingual political discourses in education. And then at teacher education level, in the current political climate, as I described it, we think that it's important that we have to invest and support in strong collaborations with all kinds of bottom-up initiatives in teacher education, but also in collaboration with teacher educators, with teaching education institutes, and with mainstream primary and secondary education. It is also important, we think, that we should invest in the reinforcement of the dispositions, the beliefs, the professional vision, the self-efficacy, and the situation-specific skills of teacher-educator teams to exploit multilingualism in the classroom and to create more language-sensitive school environments. That needs to become more central in the curriculum. So we also are convinced of the fact that an LST policy should be embedded in a cyclical and iterative way in an inclusive curriculum instead of a thematized and a fragmented approach. So what we advocate for with regard to LST is an ecology of multilingualism for more equity in education at large and in teacher education in particular. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, Nathalie and Piet. Oreindig hemen al saude. Time to get up and move around a bit. And you can do so by following the instructions of one of our teacher students here in Vasa. We are going to show you a series of videos today that are practical examples of how you, in an easy way, can include multiple languages in various subjects in school as a teacher. We also want to encourage you not to be shy, but to bravely speak a new language. It doesn't have to be perfect. Believe me, I know. So vamos levantar e esticar.
Hei, mä olen Anna ja tervetuloa taukojumppaamaan meidän kanssa. Nyt saatte nousta ylös penkeistä ja ottaa sellaisen lantionlevyisen haara-asennon ja pyöräyttää pikkusen olkapäitä taaksepäin. Aloitetaan tää sillä, että ruvetaan nostamaan hartioita ylös ja alas. Ihan kunnolla ja pumpataan hyvää vauhtia. Mä lasken 5 ja niin kauan tehdään. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hyvä. Tällä me saadaan vähän aineenvaihduntaa liikkeelle. Nästa rörelse då får ni fortsätta att stå fötterna lika bredd som höften och vi sätter händerna på höften. Det här är en rotationsrörelse och viktigt är att höften är stilla och bara övre kroppen roterar. Och vi börjar med att vi svänger till vänster och till höger. Och då räknar jag igen till 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Jättebra jobbat. Och då tar vi sista rörelsen och vi fortfarande får stå i samma position, men nu sätter vi händerna åt sidan. Riktigt så att någon skulle dra oss från fingrarna. Och kom ihåg att ha händerna samma linje som axlarna. Och då kramar vi oss själva och vi börjar med fast att sätta högra handen ovan och öppna och sen vänstra handen ovan. Och då gör vi det här 5 gånger. 1, 2, 3, 4 och sista 5. Yes, jättebra jobbat. Och nu får ni fortsätta med er dag och trevlig fortsättning på dagen. Hej då!
Gerai, that was good, wasn't it, to stretch a bit. And the video is now published on the Listiac YouTube channel in case you want to use it as an example. Or do more stretching and gymnastics for that matter. Now we're ready to concentrate on more research and insights by the project partners. Over to Associate Professor Emily Moore of the Autonomous University of Barcelona. She will be talking about voices of linguistically diverse future teachers, the process of co-producing a documentary film. She will be followed by Professor Dirk Gorter of the University of the Basque Country on linguistic landscapes as a pedagogical tool for initial teacher education. And finally, Professor Siv Björklund, also the project leader of Akademi University, on whose multilingualism is it? Dominant language constellations as identifiers of languages in initial teacher education.
In this presentation, I will be sharing and reflecting on the co-production of a documentary film as both the research process in itself and as a specific output of the Listiac project. The documentary is still a work in process, now in the post-production stage, so I will not be able to share the final product with you just yet. I will share some short extracts from the many hours of audiovisual material that we've recorded and which we are currently shaping into an approximately 20-minute documentary film, as well as positioning this work theoretically and methodologically and offering some reflections on the process as it is unfolding. The short documentary film aims at collecting, representing and sharing some of the student teachers' voices encountered directly or indirectly through the Listiac research done by the UAB team, with audiences within teacher education, with broader educational communities and with the general public. The co-production involves past and present teacher education students as protagonists, university researchers and a professional filmmaker, all of whom are contributing to the creative process and outcome from different but complementary positions. At this point, I would like to acknowledge my colleagues from the UAB Listiac team, Julia Llompart, Dolores Massats, and Claudia Vallejo, and filmmaker Robert Astorgano, who are all part of this creative process. Also, Diego Albuquerque, a PhD student who assisted us during the days of filming. Following authors such as Kate Pyle, we are interested in the ways in which the collaborative space of inquiry that crosses the boundaries of arts practice, ethnography, and education can open up new epistemological spaces that in turn listen to meaning makers. My presentation is organized as follows. To begin with, I will ground this creative project in the empirical work done by the UAB team as part of the Listiac project and other research. I will then ground our documentary filmmaking within the emergent field of creative inquiry and applied linguistics. And finally, I will use 3 keywords to reflect on the project as it is unfolding: bricolage, representation, and time. In terms of the empirical grounding of the filmmaking process, as part of the Listiac action research, the UAB team gathered different student voices in the primary teacher education program at our university. We were quite privileged in this regard, as all of the members of the UAB Listiac team are also teacher educators in this program, specifically charged with helping to develop future teachers to work in linguistically diverse schools. So while student teachers and teacher educators' ideas about linguistically sensitive teaching were the focus of investigation in Listiac, the fact that we were cultural colleagues, using Paul Tenhave's terms, in the generation of these ideas was an invaluable resource for recognizing and explaining the phenomena we studied. This documentary filmmaking process also benefits from our institutional insiderness. Grounding our creative work further within our Listiac fieldwork, I refer to a publication by my colleagues Marilisa Birello and Julia Llompart, who analyze data such as the extract on the screen. The students who participate in the extract were discussing their perceived strengths in regards to linguistically sensitive teaching, using the DAFO activity that was part of the Listiac reflection toolkit. So we say DAFO in English, it would be the SWOT. The authors focus on one teacher education student who they name Rachid, who has a transnational family background and speaks Moroccan Arabic, among other languages. I will read the translation of the original Catalan extract in which he positions his transnational experience and plurilingual repertoire as resources as a future teacher, exchanging turns with the researcher. Because their strengths, maybe I do understand more the situation of the newcomers and the people who have linguistic barriers, because you've lived it, says the researcher. Yes. What is your trajectory, if I may ask? Yes, I come from Morocco, and I came here when I was 4 years old. Then these linguistic barriers, I came with 4 years, and then I saw these linguistic barriers because I was in class. And although I went to a reception classroom, I did not follow the classes very much. They were in Catalan and Spanish, and I well understand them. You were 4 years old. Yes, 4 or 5 years old, yes. I think I started preschool 5, maybe. And you feel this is a strength. Yes, it is now with your future. Sure, because I have maybe the empathy I can feel with the children. So just to note, in our context, the reception classroom refers to the classroom when incoming migrant students are taught Catalan. in parallel with their ordinary classroom. As my colleagues Marilisa Birello and Julia Yompat write, reflecting on this data extract and others, although they are still a minority, the first cohorts of migrant origin pre-service teachers are being seen in initial teacher education in the Catalonian context, whereas the pre-service teachers of non-migrant background reflect on their lack of training and their insecurities regarding managing linguistic and cultural diversity. We have found that pre-service teachers from migrant origin categorize themselves as gate openers for similar students in schools. So I'm going to spend a little bit more time pondering the point that my colleagues make about migrant origin students being a minority in teacher education in our context, although a very valuable one for the inclusion of students of similar background in schools. Although I've not been able to find data about the representation of migrant background students like Rachid in teacher education programs in Catalonia or Spain, different data sources indeed support my colleagues' observation as teacher educators that they are indeed underrepresented. To begin with, we know from Eurostat statistics that non-EU born adults that are part of what they call the core working age population have lower levels of higher education attainment than their EU born peers. This is definitely the case in Spain, as you can see in the chart on the left of the screen, where almost 50% of the native-born population has completed tertiary education, compared with just over 30% of the foreign-born population at core working age. Referring to the chart on the right of the screen, a quite recent study in Catalonia by Silvia Carrasco, Jordi Pamies, and Laia Narciso also describes how the presence of foreign-born students decreases significantly at higher education levels, as does the diversity of family languages different from Catalan and Spanish. This has also been discussed in work by my Listiac colleagues Melinda Dooley and Claudia Vallejo. Indeed, plenty of data tells us that in Spain, foreign-born students are overrepresented in the statistics for early school leaving and consequently underrepresented in higher education. Silvia Carrasco, Jordi Pamies, and Laia Narciso referred to teachers' high expectations of students' educational attainment as one protective factor in preventing early school leaving, at the same time as their research shows that teachers have lower expectations that their non-EU born students will attain tertiary qualifications than they have for their native born students. The underrepresentation of ethnic minority teachers in teacher education specifically has been studied internationally. For example, writing from the UK, Kimberly Safford and Alison Kelly note that recruitment, retention, and achievement of minority ethnic student teachers were all causes for concern. Our institution reflected the ongoing national picture of lack of diversity in teacher education. These authors argue that while the languages of children in primary schools in the UK have been the focus of a significant amount of research, the languages and language competencies of children's teachers have not attracted the same attention. And I would argue that the same would be true of our context. Based on their research, these same authors argue that a higher education institution's practices may render it an inhospitable site for learning for some students. It is important to consider how such practices replicate the learning experiences of minority ethnic and bilingual pupils and the extent to which this replication discourages minority ethnic students from becoming primary school teachers. These authors further claim that teacher training institutions need to do more to prevent students' language knowledge from lying dormant and to empower reflexive pedagogic action in ways that genuinely permeate the higher education institution's culture, ethos, and practices. If migrant background students are underrepresented in teacher education, we might logically expect them to also be underrepresented in the teaching profession. Data on the employment of migrant background teachers in schools in Catalonia or Spain is hard, if not impossible, to come by. However, as a former Catalan Secretary of Equality, Migrations and Citizenship observed, the composition of schools, which reproduces Catalan society 10 or 20 years ago, is very different from the composition of current students. Indeed, adding to the disproportionate participation of foreign-born students in higher education, Spanish nationality or citizenship of an EU or EEA member state is a requirement for employment in public schools in our context. So nationality is a major barrier to accessing the teaching profession. Despite this underrepresentation, which we believe needs urgent critical action, our work on Listiac has helped us to open our eyes and our ears to the mobilities and linguistic diversities among future teachers in our teacher education program. And while we identified students like Richard with transnational family backgrounds, Listiac also helped us to notice students whose linguistic repertoires reflected other types of mobilities, including students who spoke varieties of Catalan and Spanish that are not dominant in our local area. Our documentary film aims to bring together and prompt critical reflection on these different mobilities and linguistic diversities. The provisional title of our project aims to reflect these often invisible resources among our future teachers. Veus in Catalan, meaning voices in the plural, and veus, meaning both can you hear me and can you see me. I now turn to the epistemological justification for our filmmaking project. Creative inquiry, an emergent approach in language education research, poses that solving contemporary problems requires more than just new knowledge. Rather, new ways of knowing are needed. Patricia Levy describes creative inquiry as any social research or human inquiry that adopts the tenets of the creative arts as part of the methodology. Jessica Bradley and Lou Harvey offer a broader definition, establishing 3 categories of creative inquiry research in applied linguistics or language education research. Research that is conducted through the arts adopts arts-based or arts-informed methods for responding to questions about language and learning. For example, research with language learners adopting theatre, storytelling, music, as part of language teaching pedagogy, examining the affordances of these creative practices for language learning processes and outcomes. Research into the arts adopts language and education research methods to understand creative and artistic processes and practices in themselves. For example, methods from linguistic ethnography or interactional linguistics have been used in previous research to understand communicative and creative practices among actors, street artists, or spoken word poets. Research with the arts, which is the approach taken in our project, explores how interdisciplinary practices might offer insights into issues which are relevant to, while being also broader than, language and education. Creative, linguistic, and educational processes and practices become boundary objects from which shared understandings of phenomena emerge. In this type of creative work, researchers and artists tend to work together to co-produce, for example, workshops or artistic products. And from these dialogues, questions and ideas about language and learning might emerge. The following 2 slides attempt to show what research with the arts looks like in our case. The process began with several meetings between researchers and filmmaker and a shared document where we agreed on a concept, protagonists, settings, we distributed tasks, and we wrote a guide for the interviews that we would use to prompt discussion with the people we would film. Importantly, each of the researchers also discussed the unfolding project with the student teachers they proposed to be part of the project, incorporating their ideas too into the concept as it unfolded. The filming itself took place over 5 days in late November, early December. The photos on the screen reflect the shared nature of the project and the different roles involved. Interviewing, being interviewed, holding the reflector, managing the cameras. In this process, it was extremely revealing for the researchers on the team to understand how the questions we asked the people we interviewed were as important to the message we will eventually be able to communicate through the film as the selection of scenes, the lighting, or the angle of the camera. Also the importance of time, which I will come back to. In other work, I've used the term epistemic flattening to talk about how people with different types of knowledge come together to work as equals, and the process of developing this film has so far represented a coming together of expertise and flattening of knowledge hierarchies. I would now like to offer some more specific reflections on the creative process as it is unfolding, using 3 keywords: bricolage, representation, and time. In terms of the first, bricolage, I refer to the idea of researchers as craftspeople who creatively use materials from different projects and encounters to construct new artifacts. Norman Denson refers to the bricoleur, specifically referring to the qualitative researcher as a person who fashions meaning out of experience, using whatever aesthetic and instrumental tools that are available. On the screen, I've included some photos which reflect this bricolage as research process. To begin with, our collaborations with the filmmaker, Robert Astorgano, stem back to my Listiac colleague Dolores Massat's voluntary work in a refugee camp in Greece, where they first met. Fatima Saheb, who is a poet whose piece, Petita Inmigran, Little Immigrant, will feature in the film. My colleague Dolores Massat, Julia Llompart, and Claudia Vallejo first met Fatima at a teacher training event she performed at. You can see a picture of her on the screen. Her poem was included in the Listiac reflection tools as a prompt for discussion before doing the DAFO or SWOT reflection tasks. I've also included a screenshot of our interview prompt, as our experiences as ethnographic researchers also permeate the work. And finally, photos of two of our protagonists, one of whom we met through our work as teachers, and another with whom my colleague Julia Llompart has been working in a non-formal education program, identified through our Listiac work as an example of a program doing linguistically sensitive teaching. So you get an idea of how different experiences are entangled in our filmmaking project. The second reflection on our creative process has to do with representation, or to the story that we will be telling. Luc Eric Lassiter, in his presentation of collaborative ethnography, writes about the power and politics of representation, about who has the right to represent whom and for what purposes, and about whose discourse will be privileged in the ethnographic text. In the case of our documentary, the ethnographic text will be a public one, and so ethical issues of representation become even more important. To exemplify this complexity in relation to the work we are doing, I would like to explain the case of one of our protagonists, an ex-student of mine who in classes had shared different painful stories about her experience in primary school, which she elaborated on in the interview we did with her for the documentary. Several weeks after the interview, she wrote me the message that I've partially reproduced on the screen, protecting her anonymity. And it reads, "Hello Emily, how are you? I don't know if I'm in time, but if you haven't finished editing the video, I would like to ask you not to put in the short film the part when I explain that the school, blah, blah, blah. It's because at my school, two of my sisters are still studying, and my mother has got very nervous about the topic. I don't know if I'm in time, but I wanted to tell you to see if that part could be left out. The rest of the experience is fine." And I answer, "Of course, no problem. Robert won't have time to start until January. When we are choosing the extracts, I will tell you and we will show you, okay? We won't put anything in that you don't want. Don't worry." "Okay, thanks so much. I feel more at ease. Ha 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 ha." The final reflection on the process relates to the time needed when working with the arts. Here I'm inspired by Fredrik Eriksson's work in educational anthropology and his use of two different terms for time, adopted from the Greek translation of the Hebrew Bible and the Greek New Testament. Chronos, on the one hand, refers to quantitative, measurable time. Kairos refers to qualitative time, timeliness, the right time. While funded research projects such as Listiac are bounded by chronological time, creative and intellectual processes, I think, work on kairic time. Processes of co-producing with artists are hard to measure by days, hours, or minutes, but rather depend on moments when ideas or inspiration suddenly come to mind, and by overlapping actions and projects, each with their own time logic, that somehow merge together in bricolage. On that note, I would like to share some non-edited clips showing our creative work in process, and we look forward to sharing the whole film with you in the near future. Thank you.
Jo crec que no te ho veus tant tu, o sigui, costa veure-ho quan és a tu a qui t'ha passat i quan és el que has viscut tota la vida i el que per a tu és natural. I potser és algo que te'n dones compte més endavant de dir és que realment me sap mal no haver pogut viure plenament en la meva varietat del català perquè és la meva llengua, és la llengua en la que em sento còmode, és la llengua en què he viscut la meva vida, les meves experiències positives, les meves experiències negatives. No ho sé, és estrany, però no t'ho saps arribar a plantejar tu tot sol perquè és el que és normal per a tu. De fet, quan vaig començar aquest any el postgrau, Vaig tenir un company que em va dir, ai, mira, tinc un cosí que és de l'Ampolla i anava a veure'ls als estius i quan parles tu em recorda l'estiu. I dius, joder, com pot... A una persona que realment no ha tingut quasi experiències en la meva varietat i mira tu com li afecta, què implica la meva varietat per a ell perquè li recorda l'estiu. Imagina't el que implica per a mi, que és la meva llengua materna, és a dir, és la llengua en la que m'he divertit, la llengua en la que he fet amics, la llengua en la que m'he enamorat, és la llengua en què he fet tot. I si per a ell pot arribar a ser així d'important una varietat, que fins i tot li recorda l'estiu, doncs imagina't el que suposa per a mi. I realment és quan te comences a plantejar que la llengua de cadascú i la cultura de cadascú realment és un element que et fa sentir molt còmode, que et fa sentir molta confiança i t'agradaria que tot el que fas ho poguessis fer en la teva llengua. I més quan, en teoria, no hauria d'hi haver problema algun. Perquè no estem parlant que jo no puc parlar la meva varietat a un país estranger, estem parlant que costa utilitzar-la en tràmits burocràtics a Catalunya o a la universitat, per exemple.
Petita migrant, petita nòmada errant, petita ciutadana del món, tan fràgil als seus ulls, ell, tan petit als teus, petita d'enlloc i petita de tot arreu, petita, fragments del món. Algun dia, amb tot i el teu ímpetu, per ser més, per definir-te menys, et faran una d'aquestes preguntes, innòcues en aparença, però que t'aturarà en sec. Quin, petita meva, és el teu idioma matern? Tu, que has crescut sabent-te experta de fer propi l'aliè, sabent-te forçada a ser lladre de coses que, segons tants, no et pertanyen, sabent-te molt fera quan intenten posar-li a la teva pau frontera. Quin és el teu idioma matern? Podem comptar realment el primer?
Que al final acabes sentint-te com una miqueta especial, una miqueta a part, i intentes encaixar. I per encaixar intentes abandonar una miqueta, dius, a l'escola no parlem d'arisa, només parlem català com els altres i ja està. I aquest català té una cosa bona que tu emportes després a casa i és una cosa més, però quan vas creixent i vas veient pràctiques que no ho fan amb mala intenció, però dius, inclusives no són.
Thank you for your kind introduction. Thank you for having me here. My talk today, as you can see, is about linguistic landscape and language diversity. This is a topic that has attracted a lot of attention nowadays, the linguistic landscape. But of course, we have to ask ourselves, what is linguistic landscape? And we can give a definition that the linguistic landscape regards the multiple forms of languages in our daily surroundings, the words and images displayed in public spaces. But still, you could wonder, and we did that in our book, what we published some years ago, what is the linguistic landscape really? Does it refer to language only, or also to additional things which are present around us, such as images, sounds, buildings, clothes, or even people? And our answer to that question was that it is the attention to language in the environment, the words and the image displayed and exposed in public places, that is at the center of attention in the linguistic landscape. So this is about linguistic landscape, language, words and images displayed in public spaces. But it's a lot wider. We can include a lot of things that go around this central concept. And that's why we need a kind of holistic model that we have recently proposed. We call this model the multilingual inequality in public spaces. And it consists of 5 stages, starting with the language policy processes that determine somehow what can be seen in the linguistic landscape. Then, of course, the sign-making processes, the people that make the signs, that can be handwritten signs by an individual, it can be a professional company. And they lead to an unequal display of languages on the signage in public spaces. That is what we see around us. But of course, it depends very much. We don't see everything all the time. We don't pay attention to all the signs. And also the signs influences. Many advertisements want us to pay attention to the product and want us to buy it. Other signs are directing us in a certain direction. So this is our holistic model that we think we should include in a linguistic landscape study. And what we have seen over the years, when we started around this like some 15 years ago, that a number of studies over the years has grown enormously. Backhaus made an inventory in 2007. He found 30 studies, and we have an online bibliography of linguistic landscape, and we have over 1,100, and this is maintained by Troyer in the US, and you can see there's an awful lot of studies nowadays. So let's take a look at linguistic landscape studies in something that is of interest to Listiac and at our school context. As David Malinowski has said, he says why the linguistic landscape might be particularly well suited for language study and how teaching and learning in and with the linguistic landscape might best take place. And he gives some suggestions for that. And we have ourselves also said that the linguistic landscape in an educational context provides a promising way to teach about languages, multilingualism, language awareness, and literacy practices. So you can use it on the one hand, you could say, as a kind of pedagogical tool to teach with through the linguistic landscape. And on the other hand, of course, you can look also at the linguistic landscape in a school, all the signs that you can see in a school. So on the one hand, you have the pedagogical tool, on the other hand, you have schoolscape. But actually, it's more like a continuum. It's not absolute because, of course, you can use the schoolscape as a pedagogical tool, and you can also look at the surroundings of the school, etc. But this is what happened in a project some years ago in Montreal and Vancouver, where they had primary school children that were discovering the city. They sent them out into the street with disposable cameras to take pictures of their own surroundings. And students learned to see their cities as dense with signs that must be deciphered, read, interpreted. So they learned that. In a follow-up project in Portugal, Clemente and her colleagues in Aveiro, they also used primary school children, and they were looking at all the different languages, the language diversity in the signs. And they found that through this program, they were developing positive attitudes towards linguistic and cultural diversity. And they taught them 8 lessons for these children so they could improve their ability to read the signs, to decipher the signs in different languages, and to appreciate the signage much more. Another example was by Lasdina and Martin, who were working not with primary school children, but with university students in Latvia. And they found that the linguistic landscape is an easy and enjoyable way of involving students into fieldwork. So they used the students also to help them with the fieldwork to collect data. And they increased the awareness of multilingualism and a better understanding of hierarchies of language use and prestige in that way of the students. Sayer, in a study in Mexico, in Oaxaca, he used also the students as language investigators, but in the classes of English. And they discovered the purposes, the intended audiences, and the different meanings of English on signs in what was for the rest a very Spanish environment. Another example is Chun and Dooley, who used it as an English literacy walk in Taipei, in Taiwan. Where you also have English, of course, in some signs, but they observed that otherwise the students might not attend to those signs, or they might not use their potential for learning. So it has to be embedded in a course in order to be useful for the students. Another example is the use of Mandarin in Philadelphia, in Chinatown. And Leung and Wu, they used it there as a way, pedagogical resource to teach about pragmatics, about different language forms, about vocabulary, about idiomatic expression, grammatical features, etc. So they used it there in a more linguistic sense. So that's another way to use the linguistic landscape as a tool. But we also could look, as I said in the beginning, at the linguistic landscape as schoolscapes. And it was Tara Brown who used it or introduced it for the Furo language in Latvia, where she looked at the schoolscapes of the schools there, and she found that they basically have 2 functions. On the one hand, the signage in the school is enriching the natural culture, and on the other hand, the signs are also used as an historical artifact to show certain things of the history of the language and to make the children aware of it. We also see a bit another effect in a German English school in Alberta in Canada. You would expect that there was a lot of bilingual German-English signage, but what actually happened in that school is the linguistic landscape of the school, it favored English, and it did not contribute to the promotion of a bilingual Spanish-German program in that school. So that can also happen with this linguistic landscape. We also have a study by Pakarinen and Björklund on the schoolscape of a Swedish immersion primary school. And what they found also was that it was characterized by a dominance of Finnish and Swedish, and they were lacking the other languages. And for them, that reflects, because they were children of different languages, and it reflects the non-use of the third or the fourth languages of those students. And also in the PhD study of Pakarinen, we find an interesting example of how we can study schoolscapes, because she compared 2 Swedish immersion schools in Finland with 2 Irish immersion schools in Ireland. And she took almost 2,000 pictures of the linguistic landscapes of these schools. She took also 12 interviews. And what she found was language separation between the different languages. And you see in the picture, nicely colorful, the floor plans of the schools, of 2 of the schools that she studied. And the colors represent the languages. So the Finnish is the blue, and the green is the Irish, and you see that the other languages have a much smaller place, and especially the additional languages have a small space, but it's very nicely presented through these floor plans. So this is a bit the way that you can use it as a schoolscape and as a tool. And now I want to present some of our own studies that we did in this direction. And we started early on with a study of what we call second language acquisition, how the linguistic landscape can be meaningful for learning languages. And we wanted to see how the meaning of the linguistic landscape is constructed by using different modalities. Because we see that linguistic landscape can be a kind of an authentic input for second language pragmatic development. And it can also have material for raising language awareness and awareness about linguistic diversity. And so we had the example of a vending machine at the beach where we send a beverage, and we have the brand name, and we can wonder if that is still English. We have something in Basque called Egari al Sara. We have something in Spanish, Tienes sed, which means are you thirsty? And what we can see here that you have authentic input for instance, a language learner that gets some Basque and gets the translation, but it's also pragmatic competent because this is a kind of invitation to buy a drink. At the same time, we see the dimension of multimodality because we have red, we have different colors, we have different fonts. So there is a lot going on in one picture like this. This was our first study, but we continued with a study into the functions of multilingual schoolscapes. So we did a study in 7 primary schools in the Basque Country, where we studied also the schoolscapes, and we distinguished 9 different functions for the signs that are used in the linguistic landscape of the schools. So the teaching of the language, because it has some examples of that, or classroom management, what you're allowed to do and not to do, the school management, where you park your bike, etc. But important here in this context of Listiac is also development of intercultural awareness. So we found things like the flags of different countries where the children were from. They were said welcome, bienvenue, bini alvenut for different languages. So they were developing intercultural awareness through the use of different languages on the walls of the schools. So this is another example of a study that we did where we see that linguistic diversity is an important element. And then we went on with this and we wanted to apply this concept of translanguaging to the linguistic landscape, because we wanted to link these new trends in translanguaging to the study of linguistic landscape. And we used, among others in this study, we used this example of one panel next to the bookstore that we were studying, and the bookstore was our linguistic landscape, so to speak. And what we see here is a meshing of 4 different languages just in this one panel, because what we see is some elements are bilingual in Basque and Spanish, but some elements are in Basque only. Other elements are cognates, like Africa, Europa, so they are Asia, they are similar in the different languages. And then we have something English, Français, because the bookstore that we are looking at is selling also travel guides and learning materials in these languages. The interesting thing is that you can see it in different ways, because when you take a bit more of a distance and you look at the bookstore as a whole, then we see on the top there, we see two old plaques that have been there a long time already, because what they say is that in the year 1832 was born in this house His Excellency Sir Fermin Lasala, 1917. And in 1853 was born in this house, that's a coincidence of course, in the same house, but Excellency Sir Fermin Kalbeton. And so this is a plaque that's commemorating these two guys, because they were important people for the city of San Sebastian where this is found. Because for them in that time there was Basque around, so probably they spoke Basque. It was in 1863, so the Basque was still a playground language, although these guys were from an important family. And the interesting thing is, if we look at these two persons, they were both quite important in Spanish history. They were members of parliament, they were ministers, they were, one was a professor in Cuba, the other was an ambassador in Paris and in London. So what we see here is these two people, these two persons, these two guys have contributed to the spread of Spanish, because they were part of the colonialism of Spain at the time in the 19th century. And there was a kind of globalization before globalization going on. But my argument is here that just from looking at one specific house in one city, in our city, San Sebastian, you can get to things like globalization around the world. And that is an interesting thing, of course, of linguistic landscape studies. Then a third example of a study we did is about translanguaging also, but this was applying this translanguaging idea in one school, and in one primary school in the Basque Country. And we distinguished here between pedagogical translanguaging, which is designed, which is on purpose, where you design certain activities that you use translanguaging, and spontaneous translanguaging, the mixing, the going between languages. So our goals of this project were to allow for multilingual practices, to use the different languages, and also to break through the language separation in the classroom. And we enhanced awareness about languages, and we try to increase the metalinguistic awareness, and we emphasize reading and writing skills. Our students that we had there, we had 3 experimental groups, and the target groups were in grade 5 and 6. So, and we had 2 control groups. The average age was almost 11 years old, and they 1/3 of them spoke Basque at home, half of them Spanish at home, and about a quarter had both languages at home. So these are the characteristics of the students. And what we saw inside the school was that we had on the one hand Basque announcements or panels or plaques or signs, and on the other hand we had Spanish. So we had their languages next to each other. And what we did in our learning material, we had 6 modules for 4 weeks each, 2 for each language class, and we had the languages side by side, as you can see in the picture, or alternating between the languages. So Basque, Spanish, and English were the languages of education, and they were in the learning materials, which was breaking through the language borders. And one of the modules had a linguistic landscape in it, and I'm going to look at that now. So what we did there is making use of the linguistic landscape of the town, and the children had to answer certain questions about the signs that we were presenting in the learning material. So how many languages are there? There are 2. Which languages? Spanish and Basque. What is the order? Or say the same in all languages. Can you divide the word pelicuria into different parts? Can you also divide the word iapandegia in different parts, etc. So, and then in English, so we had the 3 languages in the same exercise using the linguistic landscape. And so we gave them the assignment to do the same, because this was an example, to do the same for them and to analyze these signs in these different pictures and to evaluate those pictures as well at the same time. And then we also did some sessions about cognates, derivatives, and compounds that can be found in the different signs. And then we were asking them things like, in Spanish it's hospital, in Basque it's hospitalea, and how do you say it in English? So you have to... and what are cognates, and how do you say the same in English? So these were teaching materials using the linguistic landscape. And we went one step further, and then we asked them to bring pictures to the school. So they had to take their own pictures and then to do a short analysis of these pictures. So we asked them certain questions for where did you take the photo, how many languages are there, and those kind of questions were asked of these children. So I can show you some results. Do you look at the linguistic landscape at all? We asked them beforehand, and then 68% said yes. Sometimes it depends. 26% said and 4% said no. And we asked them also why were the signs created, and that's interesting. They said 1/4 to give information, to give directions, a combination of the two, and some said other, and then they answered things like to know what they sell or to know what is in each shop. So those answers were given by these children. We also had these exercises, as I showed you, and it's interesting to see that for the derivatives, they did 7 pictures and they had a mean score of 6.6. That was quite good. But the compounds, 3 pictures only, and also 6.7 out of 10. It's not that great because it was not that easy, in a sense that we saw that among the 5th and 6th graders, it was especially the 6th graders that did better. We also asked them about the linguistic landscape module, some self-evaluation, and student A said, I learned lots of new words. I didn't know what linguistic landscape was. Another said, in almost all of them, in the signs, you have 2 languages and you can learn words that say the same. And the signs in 3 languages in our village, another one said. And another one learned how to divide words and to study the cognates. So that was quite interesting that they did these things. Then we also, then that's the last example I'm going to give. We had some master students that are in our Master of Multilingualism Education, and they were doing this assignment to find signs in the linguistic landscape, and then they had collected some signs, and then one of the students said, was it all in English? Was really surprised how much English he found in this city because he never paid attention to it. But we can hear the voice of one of the students and her experience, Anna, and Anna has given me permission to show this video. And but she is telling us about how it went in the linguistic landscape assignment that she did.
Hi, we are Brevan, Ain, Lydia and Alvaro, and we are going to present you the research we have carried out. We hope you like it.
Hi everyone. Well, first of all, I would like to share that I really enjoyed this research. I've never paid attention to my linguistic landscape, but right now I'm a little bit obsessed, and I'm like trying to read what's surrounding me, even if I'm in the bus or in the school, in the library. So I think that it really helped me to make a nice reflection. So first of all, the thing that really surprised me was that I found German in Aspeti. I was sure that I was going to find Basque, Spanish, English, maybe French, but when I found a sticker in German, I was like, wow, that's pretty amazing. Then I took a lot of pictures. I took like almost 100 pictures, and I was thinking that it would be like the quantity would be much smaller. One of the conclusions that I came up with was that Basque presence is huge.
Okay, the conclusion that we draw from all these studies is that languages on display in public spaces can be an important source for language learning and teaching, as well as being a useful tool for raising language awareness. We have published a recent article on that where we use different examples also now from a market where there were different signs displayed, and then sometimes you find very contrasting signs that you find the strawberries with the lemons. Conclusions. I think that I can say that our findings are in line with studies reported in recent added collections about language teaching in the linguistic landscape. We have here 3 books that have been recently published. Some lessons that we have learned are that you can reflect on school policies with the linguistic landscape and the schoolscapes, because sometimes you find that it is not reflecting the policy of the school. It can enhance metalinguistic awareness. When you do exercises with the languages in the signs, the students become more aware of the linguistic aspects of languages. It also supports knowledge about languages, how languages function in society, hierarchies, ideologies, identities, those things. It makes students more linguistically sensitive, and I think that's in the context of this project especially important, and that students become more linguistically sensitive, whether they're teachers in training or students, that doesn't matter. You can use it in all kinds of contexts. And what we have noticed is that students, after they have done these exercises, they walk the streets in a different way. And I can also confirm that from my own experience. Okay, some final words. I think that taken together, it demonstrates that linguistic landscape as a learning environment has really, really great potential. And it can be a source for second language acquisition or third language or whatever language, but next language, multiple languages. It does enhance awareness about language diversity, about learners and teaching professionals. That is also obvious when you use it in that way. And it is also very useful for critical reflection among academic researchers. So taken together, this is, I think, my take-home message that linguistic landscape is really, really important for and really useful for learning environments to be used in different ways. Tegen dank. Thank you. Eskerikasko.
Welcome to listen to my presentation entitled Whose Multilingualism Is It? Dominant Language Constellations as Identifiers of Languages in Initial Teacher Education. In my presentation, I will focus on Swedish medium initial teacher education in Finland, and it is a case study done with two schools where we have a teaching practicum in Åbo Akademi University. Multilingualism is an expanding multidisciplinary research field that has also promoted a lot of theoretical frameworks during the recent years. Today, multilingualism is mostly defined as a dynamic and complex phenomenon that is constructed and reconstructed over time. This definition also implies a holistic view on multilingualism within the individual. Due to the high productivity of multilingualism studies, the theoretical frameworks developed are several. I just briefly now mention two of them. One very early on, the concept multi-competence that was introduced by Cook in 1992, see multi-competence as a competence that is qualitatively different from the competence of a monolingual speaker. Another theoretical framework is this dynamic systems model of multilingualism promoted by, for example, Jesner and de Boot, who looked at multilingualism as a non-linear and complex dynamic process that is very dependent on different interacting factors, but also changes over time. With this holistic view, multilingualism is seen as a benefit and also an added value for both individuals and for society. Since almost all researchers now within multilingualism see multilingualism per se as a benefit, the aim is also to normalize multilingualism as a part of monolingual societies. Though we have a very positive view on multilingualism and its benefits for individuals, we also have to remember that multilingualism per se is not neutral. The multiple languages within an individual, they don't really just are shaped within the individual and in a vacuum. The multiple languages are always dependent on the context. So it's quite clear that the presence of two or more languages needs an explorative perspective to investigate how languages are operationalized and made visible or invisible in different contexts. I just briefly mentioned two two theoretical frameworks that have been developed during recent years about individual multilingualism. Another one that I will concentrate more on during this presentation is about dominant language constellations. Aronin defines a DLC, a dominant language constellation, as a set of the person's most expedient languages functioning as an entire unit and enabling an individual to meet all their needs in a multilingual environment. So in the DLC theoretical framework, also the holistic view on all the languages, all the linguistic resources within in an individual is very prominent. It's seen as a whole. And it aims to highlight the way human beings use their languages in different practices and in different surroundings. And it aims to be a more dynamic view on the multiple languages within an individual in comparison with linguistic repertoire that has been there already for as another theoretical framework within multilingual studies. With the use of dominant language constellation, DLC, the theoretical frameworks intends to focus more on the vehicle languages standing out as being of a prime importance for multiple languages used in individuals. In a globalizing society, we know that many individuals daily work with 4 to 6 different languages, but it seems like if you have a look at the use of those multiple languages, there are some languages that stand out as more prominent in the daily use. So DLC is used as a tool to describe the domains and functions of these different languages, and also try to identify those most prominent languages that typically in the Western DLCs comprise 3 different languages. We have in several studies together with my colleagues, we have tried to look at different contextual levels and how they interact with dominant language constellations. So we have been looking at a national level, regional level, institutional level, and individual levels to see how these patterns match each other and how they emerge at different levels. For the study I will present today, I start with just giving you very briefly the different context levels relevant for understanding our study. So even if we have 2 national languages, there is a very dominant language, Finnish, and English is very commonly used among the Finnish population. So even to the degree that it has been called and labeled as a 3rd national language. For the regional level of our study, we see that there is a big difference between the national level and the regional level as it comes to the use of Swedish and Finnish. And the rest then is other languages, comprising about 6 to 7% in both the national level and the regional level. For the institutional level of the study, this is a study done within the Akademi universities. That is the only Swedish medium university in Finland, and that comprises 2 campuses. And this study is done in the Faculty of Education and Welfare Studies that is situated in the city of Vasa. And this city is on the regional level that I just mentioned here, where Swedish is the dominant language in the society. Even if Akademi University is the only Swedish medium university in Finland, this Swedish medium initial teacher education has to serves primarily Swedish medium schools in Finland, but in turn they also have to serve a very linguistically diverse pupil population. So even if the initial teacher education itself is Swedish medium, they have to educate teachers for a bilingual Finnish-Swedish, but also other languages coming more and more into the Swedish medium schools in Finland. In this study, I will just concentrate on two schools that are part of the initial teacher education at the Akademi University. And these schools two schools have been chosen because they regularly supervise and guide student teachers during their teaching practicum. Maybe altogether 4 teaching practices within initial teacher education at Akademi University. From these 2 schools, in the study, we have chosen 3 teachers from the Swedish medium school with the CLEAR program as informants or respondents, and also 3 teachers from the Finnish medium school with the Swedish immersion program. The data was collected in autumn 2018, and the 6 respondents were asked to complete 2 dominant language charts each. One chart displaying the individual DLCs of the representatives from the schools, and the other one representing the institutional chart. And the charts were also completed and complemented with think aloud protocols. So we asked our 6 representatives to think and retell to us why they place different languages in different places on the dominant language charts, dominant language constellation charts. So this was the chart that they were introduced to. This is a constellation chart that is very simplified from the charts that Aronin and her colleagues have developed for dominant language constellations. But what you can see here is the inner orbit, the inner circle, where the representatives from the 2 schools were asked to place the most expedient languages, the languages that they use regularly and daily, and then mark it with the yellow star. For languages that they think they used quite regularly but not as intensively as those in the inner circles, they could choose to place them in the in-between space between the inner circle and the outer circle. And a third star was used to indicate that the languages were at the outskirts of the outer circle or outside the outer circle. That is, languages that they perhaps only knew some words, or if they in future would like to learn more about those languages. So to the results of the study, I will first present the results from the Swedish medium school and then go on to the Finnish medium school. For all 3 representatives, the 3 languages in the inner orbit of their individual chart, as well as their institutional charts, were Swedish, English, and Finnish. So there was no difference between the individual and institutional chart among these 3 representatives from the Swedish medium school. However, they reported different functions between the languages. Swedish was the first one mentioned, forming the most expedient language that also was defined as the first language of all the individuals, but also for the school. And that is, of course, not surprising result as the Swedish. It is a Swedish medium school, and the individuals are also representatives for that Swedish school. However, English was more often filling varied purposes after Swedish, because English was also used for professional use, and that is of course also linked to the school having a clear program in English. But it also seemed to be visible in the whole school, not only in the clear classes, but also in non-clear classes. Finnish was something that individually was reported as a language that they used outside school with the family, with friends and so on in the individual charters. Whereas in the institutional chart, Finnish was defined as a language that is more and more coming into the everyday work within the school. Another result was that all 3 respondents include other Nordic languages in their individual charts. This was placed in the in-between space in the orbit, whereas all the other Nordic languages, Norwegian and Danish, they disappeared totally in the institutional charts, indicating that Norwegian and Danish is not part of the school surrounding in this school. For other languages, respondents identified 3 to 7 other languages or language varieties that were present to some extent in their individual charts. So these languages were placed in the outskirts of the outer orbit or outside the orbit. And these languages were European, Asian, but also African languages. In the institutional charts, there was even more additional languages added, 6 to 9 languages, and they also included European, Asian, and African languages. Interestingly enough, also 2 teachers identified Indian languages as languages that are nearby the outside of the circle. And this is, of course, also shows that this is a geographically based definition of other languages. In fact, we don't have Indian languages. It was just one of the 3 teachers that mentioned some of the languages used in India. But it also, in the same time, showed that the teachers had a hint on where the languages come from, but that they couldn't really identify the individual languages in the institutional chart. For the Finnish medium school, the 2 respondents or 2 representatives identified just 2 languages, Finnish and Swedish, in their dominant language constellation as the most expedient languages. The 3rd representative also included English in his dominant language constellation. For the other 2, English was also mentioned as something that they use almost daily, but it had other functions than the domestic languages. In contrast to the Swedish medium school, no one includes other Nordic languages, that is Danish or Norwegian, in their individual charts and nor in their institutional charts. So if you go to the other languages represented in the chart, in the individual charts, all respondents identify French and German as languages in the middle space between the inner and the outer circle. And Spanish was also mentioned by one of the respondents as in the between space. Interestingly enough, those two who didn't have English in their inner circle in their dominant language constellation, they placed English really just a little bit outside the dominant language constellation. So it had another position in the in-between space than the other languages, French and German, that they also mentioned in the in-between space. They mentioned a lot of different languages. One respondent had 2 European additional languages. The second one had 4 European languages, and the third one even 12 languages, including both Asian and European languages. So this is really a linguistic repertoire from the individual point of view that includes altogether almost 20 different languages. But very representative for these additional languages, they are marked at the outskirts of the outer orbit or outside the orbits. These individual charts among the 3 respondents in the Finnish medium school, they show a great variation, but the variation grows even more varied in the institutional charts. There is extensive variation. For respondent 1, for the institutional chart, English, French, German, and Russian as foreign languages are placed in the in-between area. And also Russia is mentioned as a foreign language here. And alongside with these very named languages, there is also a indication of a variety of unnamed home languages among the pupils, but they are not identified as languages per se, but as languages used outside the repertoire orbit that is not really included in the institutional chart, but that shows an awareness of that there are a lot of languages, but the respondent has not been able to identify them. Respondent 2 also in the similar way has no less than 10 unnamed stars around the outer orbit, and also says express the thought that these languages, they are spoken by the pupils. So they, in a way, they are present, but they are not really included in the institutional chart. And respondent 3 have lists French, German, Russian, Italian, Spanish, and Albanian as teachers of home language, and that they belong to the space between the inner and outer circle of the orbit. So in a way, teachers of mother tongue or home languages are included in the institutional chart by this respondent, but it is not in the inner circle as a dominant language constellations. And furthermore, these respondents also mention 6 other languages outside the orbit, and but inside the outer circle, as indicated, that this is part of the work community, but these are languages that pupils use in conversations between themselves. So what we can see in our case study is that we have both differences and similarities between the individual and institutional charts, and we also have differences and similarities between the representatives from the Swedish medium and the Finnish medium schools. So we see that we have a very similar experience of the dominant language constellations, including Finnish, Swedish, and English, and English is sometimes not always part of the dominant language constellation in the Finnish medium schools. But we also see that English is used daily on a regular basis, also in the school, in both schools, for both professional purpose, but also for interaction with pupils. Our respondents placed Finnish, Swedish, and English as in their dominant constellation. So we see that multilingualism is not neutral. Some languages are made visible, some are more invisible. And when we go outside European languages, we see that many of the respondents prefer not to identify languages, but more say that they know that these languages are present. They are placed in the between space between the inner and outer circle in the orbit, but they don't really have a personal relation to those languages. So we also see that the DLC can be used as a tool for identifying multilingualism. They show this kind of holistic view that multilingual studies now today are really focusing on. We can identify the most expedient languages, but we can also see how the additional languages are viewed by the respondents. However, we also noticed that when the respondents were drawing their charts, we noticed that the Think Aloud protocol is very, very crucial for the interpretation of the different languages' position in the chart, because there are some individual variation how you would like to place the other languages, not in the dominant language constellation, if you place them in the in-between space between the inner and outer circle or outside the outer circle. If you would like to read more about dominant language constellations in initial teacher education in the Swedish medium university in Finland, you are welcome to more in-depth read about the presentation, the findings that I presented now in two studies that have already been published. And here are also other references that have been using in my presentation. Thank you for listening to me.
Moltes gracias, Emily, Dirk, and Siv. And for those of you who join us now, you're tuning into the Listiac closing webinar, where we talk about linguistically sensitive teaching in all classrooms around Europe and how we can work together towards inclusion and social justice. I hope you take the opportunity to comment and ask questions in the chat on listiac.org, and we do notice that there's a fair bit of discussion going on in the chat, so that is really good. Now it is time for lunch, and we will be back in roughly 45 minutes, 1:15 Central European Time. And for those of you who are sitting at home wondering what to eat and maybe lack inspiration, the coming video might help. This is the second in the series of videos showing practical examples of multilingualism in different school subjects, this time in cooking class. Bon appétit!
Hej, jag heter Linda.
Minä olen Evelina.
Och idag ska vi göra en efterrätt och en bra mellanmål också. Som är väldigt pop i Finland och enkel att laga med kvark och bär.
Aloitamme vispaamalla kerman.
Och i grädde så tillsätter vi socker, helt vanligt socker och vaniljsocker.
Ja tältä näyttää valmiiksi vatkattu kerma. Nyt voimme lisätä sinne rahkan. Ja sekoitetaan varovasti joukkoon. Sitten lisäämme marjat.
ja sekoitetaan. Rahkan voi koristella suomalaisilla marjoilla. Meillä on täällä pensasmustikoita, puolukkaa ja tyrnimarjoja. Suomalaiset marjat ovat superruokaa, niissä on paljon vitamiineja ja me suomalaiset tykkäämme käydä poimimassa marjoja metsästä. Suosittelen teitäkin käymään.
Varefter så kan man upplägga den färdiga efterrätten i små skålar för det är lätt att servera i dem. Och man kan göra den här efterrätten hälsosammare till ett mellanmål utan att man inte liksom sen tillägger alls någon grädde. Det funkar jättebra och det blir lika smaklig utan grädde. Och här är havtorn. Sätter bra på botten där.
Sitten lisäämme puolukoita. Ja pensasmustikoita.
Och förstås ska man ha lite grönska med, så vi sätter citronmelissa. Den hämtar jättefräsch smak där. Och tycker att det blir vackert på det sättet. Och det bästa med den här efterrätten, många gillar den.
Minttu sopii myös tosi hyvin koristeeksi. Ja täällä meillä on valmis jälkiruoka taikka välipala.
Jag uppmuntrar er alla att pröva när den är relativt enkel och jag önskar er smaklig måltid.
Hyvää ruokahalua!
Dobrodosel Nasai. You're watching the live stream of the closing seminar of the Listiac project on linguistically sensitive teaching in all classrooms. I hope you had a good lunch break and that you're now ready to hear about the results of the project. I have been following this project a bit from the side over the years, mainly through colleagues and social media channels. And I must say that I'm very curious to hear about the results and the tangible outputs that can be used by teacher education, by teachers, and everybody interested in multilingualism and plurilingualism in classrooms around Europe. The project outputs are prepared by the Listiac research team, a team of 7 researchers, and 3 of them are going to be presenting for us today. The outputs are prepared by Marie Bergroth, Chasa Drashnik, Julia Lombard, Nathalie Pepiot, Karin van der Worp, Sven Sirens, and Oyhane Galdos. And the first to tell about the outputs is Julia Lombard from the Autonomous University of Barcelona. And she will be talking about linguistically sensitive teaching, participatory action research, and change.
Hello everyone, my name is Julia Lombard, but today I'm going to be presenting on behalf of the Listiac research team. In today's presentation, I'm going to tackle 3 main things. The concept of linguistically sensitive teaching, participatory action research, and change, and how these 3 themes connect to the Listiac project. The first thing we need to focus on is what is actually linguistically sensitive teaching. Here you can see how we have translated this term into other languages, but the concept is something that we need to talk about. So from the beginning of the project and through all the project, we've seen that it's a complex and abstract concept that has been under construction. For us, what does it mean? So LSD refers to the linguistic dimension in education in a broad way, with a focus on, of course, inclusive education for social justice for all students in the classrooms. So LSD is considered an umbrella term that is actually related to the European policies in which the coexistence of diverse languages in everyday school operations is considered a resource rather than a problem. And the second part of the term, which is sensitivity, refers to acknowledging and understanding the role of languages in learning, identity growth, and well-being at two levels, at the individual level, but also at the collective level. Among the various perspectives of learning languages, learning through languages, and learning about languages, LSD is explicitly related to learning through language. Of course, because the language runs through all components and processes of learning. So this concept has the advantage of covering both purposes, both the purpose and the approach. LSD promotes concrete pedagogical actions in both classrooms and the whole school too, and the whole school activities on an organizational level. And also within the wider society. So the systemic level of promoting LSD includes initial teacher education and educational policies that aim to raise future teachers' awareness of the linguistic dimension in education. So as a global approach, linguistically sensitive teaching encompasses raising language awareness and mainstreaming plurilingual pedagogies as a natural part of classroom work. So it aims to shifting away from monolingual thinking in classrooms and practices. But let's now focus on what does include. So this sensitivity to language dimension of education includes all languages taught in school and languages brought to school by the pupils, students, teachers, and also the surrounding linguistic diversity in the society. So it means that it covers all languages of schooling, modern or classical languages taught, and according to the context, minority, regional, and community languages. Also, this sensitivity focuses on content-specific school language for understanding the linguistic dimension in all subjects, and it is a process of awareness of both the diversity of languages at school and the dimension of language in the subjects taught at school. So in fact, linguistically sensitive teaching is necessarily tied to using all languages as a resource. That means that considering languages as a vehicle and a tool for developing knowledge. So in this sense, LSD promotes a paradigm shift from the languages in isolation to the languages, to approach of linguistically sensitive teaching in all contexts and reaching out to all subject teachers and teacher educators. Secondly, we need to discuss who is involved in LSD. So adopting linguistically sensitive attitudes and practices towards students concerns all teachers on different educational levels. Teachers need to be aware of the role of languages play in their teaching, regardless of the subject they teach, because they need to provide inclusive teaching to all students, whether they are, whatever their linguistic profile is. It is important that not only teachers, but also the whole school and other educational actors facilitate linguistically sensitive practices. And also in this sense, also students are encouraged and should be actively involved in bringing languages into the classroom. And also, of course, respecting the language or languages of, or varieties of other students. But teachers are considered the primary agents in implementing inclusive multilingual pedagogies for global citizenship at the classroom level. However, changing monolingually framed school policies and school-wide practices is still a challenge. Therefore, raising awareness of LST needs to start, as we say here, in ITE, so in initial teacher education. And addressing and supporting future teachers and teacher educators is necessary in order to meet this objective. Now we are going to focus on where should LST take place. So LST takes place at school in all classrooms, as well at the educational policy level. At the school level, the LST framework should be present throughout the whole school, and concrete actions are taken within classroom practices, in whole school activities, and the organizational level, and also within the wider society. So schools can create supportive and empowering educational environments that exploit the potential of linguistic diversity in school. At the educational policy level, LST is included in relevant policies and in ITE. The policy documents place education and also teachers at the heart of supporting and promoting LST. So to establish a more profound, lasting, systematic change in norms and ideals, support for this paradigm change in pedagogical thinking is needed regarding policy documents as well as teacher, educator, staff in ITE. The paradigm change should be reflected in ITE practices, and it should be reflected in the practices in initial teacher education. Linguistically sensitive teaching is very relevant, and in the interest of all children and youth in the European Union and their education, there is a clear need to move away from the one language only classroom paradigm towards more socially just and transformative educational policies and practices. We are going to move now towards the second part of the presentation, which is related to the methodology of participatory action research that the Listiac project followed. The action research spiral starts with problem identification before any changes can be planned. In the Listiac project, we detected this problem, which is the fact that the topics of language awareness and sensitivity to languages among teachers and inclusion of multiple languages in the curriculum are gaining or have gained increasingly attention in policies at both the European and the national levels. So there, according to that, there is a shared European problem, which is the difficulty in transforming monolingually framed education approaches into mainstreamed multilingual pedagogies. So taking into account this identification of what needs to be solved or changed, the aim of the Listiac project was to influence the initial teacher education curricula in Europe through a participatory action research approach But if we are talking, we've been talking about aiming to change something, we should define what change is considered in this project. And we talk about the fact that change is an ultimately individual experience, but we have followed and we follow an interconnected view of change. We also want to point out the fact that change takes time. So it is not easy to anticipate all the changes that happen or not when experimenting with and discussing beliefs related to teaching practice. Therefore, what we approach change from a dynamic point of view. So take into account that change is an ongoing process that cannot be stopped. In a way, signs of change can be identified in different manners. The measurable outcomes of change can be counted in figures, such as in the number of participants, for example, in self-evaluated change. But also the true outcome of the Listiac project is a deeper understanding of the role of multiple languages in education for all individuals. Therefore, a first step on the road to change can be participation in a reflexive task designed within the project in itself that creates opportunities for teacher educators to re-evaluate their existing beliefs on their role in supporting LSD. So this leads us to the following paradox of education as voiced by Cummins, for example, which is the changing educational practices, the fact that changing educational practices, must be effected within structures that underlie the received practices, highlighting the importance of interaction and cooperation on multiple educational levels. So the Listiac partners wanted to bring about change through a reflection on linguistically sensitive teaching. As we conceptualize action research as an iterative process involving researchers, but also various educational practitioners acting together to perform a particular circle of activities, including problem diagnosis, action intervention, and reflective learning. So we worked together not only from the research team, but taking into account all the agents that were involved in teacher education and also in education in the schools. There were thus within this some democratic values were underlying these ideas of action research, because we wanted to stress the idea of equality regarding construction of a new knowledge and construction of new action and reflection between researchers and practitioners, which, as I said, include teacher educators and also teachers in the schools, but also those student teachers who were participating in the reflections. This was a way of transforming, a process of transforming an initiated top-down international action research, because it came out from above, to a more shared and collaborative and local bottom-up action project. The process of action research is often visualized as a spiral, as you can see here. It starts, as we said, with problem identification, then moves towards planning a change to solve the problem, acting the change according to plans, and finally observing and reflecting on whether the change in action resulted in solving the problem or not. However, as Cummins said, in reality, action research is rarely as neat as the spiral of self-contained cycles and of planning, acting, and observing and reflecting. The process is likely to be more fluid, open, and responsive. So solving one problem often leads to a new cycle of reflection in the new situation initiated by the original change. In the present case of our project, the initially identified problem was the joint European need for educational change to better support LST through both ITI and the professional development of in-service teachers too. So the first envisioned action to solve the problem was to find suitable existing European tools and to further develop or promote them in ITE. However, the first action spiral resulted in designing new tools solely for the use of mainstream ITE. So the initial planning phase also opened the need to reflect on change and on the agency of the educational actors for making that change happen. So this is a way of saying that it started as a top-down project where we wanted to select reflection tools from those that already existed, but we ended up into a process of deep reflection on who was going to participate in the reflections and also in who had voice and agency in proposing new solutions for better including ITE, LST in ITE, sorry. In this sense, we collaborated through a period of some months with teacher educators with whom we might have worked before and with whom we might have not been working before, but we included them into the process of reflection, and we worked, as I said, in a deep collaboration. But also it was interesting to notice how important it was to include the voice of student teachers in this process, and also teachers, but also those student teachers who participated in our institutions and who wanted to do their reflections on LST were very important for understanding some of the things that we need to take into account when trying to better incorporate these issues regarding linguistically sensitive teaching in ITE. We are going to be able to see some of these issues in the presentation regarding the key results. And here you have the references that I have used for this presentation. Thank you so much, and we see you soon.
Gracias, Julia. Some really interesting points there on the paradigm shift that linguistically sensitive teaching really is. Now over to Sven Sierens of Ghent University, who will present the Listiac toolkit for reflection tasks. The screen is yours, Sven.
Hello, dear audience, dear participants to the Listiac closing seminar. I will presenting the toolkit for reflection tasks, which is one of the main products output of the Listiac project. My name is Sven Sierens from Ghent University in Belgium. That is the northern Dutch-speaking part of the country. And I'm the presenter today. I will present the toolkit, but I'm of course not the only author. Many people have been involved in developing the toolkit. And the chief authors you can see here in the reference, these are Mary, Chasa, Julia, Nathalie, Karen, and me. Okay. A brief overview of what I'm going to present today. That is, first is of course the making of the toolkit. I will go into that. Then I will describe the main aims, give you an outline of the reflection toolkit, which consists of two principal parts. That is the reflection tool itself. And I will present the steps that we took Then I will discuss the student teachers' reflections, and then I will move on, or we will move on to the education staff reflection. And the second main part of the toolkit is the observation guide. And then lastly, by way of conclusions, we will go into what the participants said about the use of the toolkit. I will use some abbreviations or acronyms during my presentation. Listiac, that's the project, which stands for Linguistically Sensitive Teaching in All Classrooms. LST is Linguistically Sensitive Teaching. ITE means Initial Teacher Education. STIR, which you will see mentioned in a couple of figures in the presentation, stands for Student Reflection. And then SWOT analysis, this speaks for itself, it's well known, stands for Strengths, Weaknesses, Opportunities, and Threats. Now, first, the making of the toolkit. What did we actually do during the past years? Well, the first step that we took as a research team was that we identified and collected a number of reflection tools for LST, which were designed across Europe in a number of local, national, and European projects. The second step that we took was we analyzed and evaluated the tools that we collected. And in general, we found them good, but not really sufficiently tailored to or incorporated in initial teacher education. Why was that? Well, there were a number of reasons. First of all, in terms of terminology, these instruments were too demanding. They were mainly provided in English and French, which is a bit strange within a plurilingual context. And some of the tools that we collected were too advanced for the beginning stages of initial teacher education. So, of course, we were ambitious and we took the next step and said, well, let's develop a new instrument, an instrument that we really want to make as good as possible. So we developed a new reflection toolkit in order to better integrate LST at all stages of initial teacher education. And we maintained a number of criteria. First of all, the toolkit had to be simple, clear, flexible, and user-friendly. It's something that could be easily integrated in ITE as a core ingredient and not as something extra. It should be useful at all ITE levels. There should be some references to existing local and European policies. And of course, it should be a plurilingual tool as well. So the basic language of the tool is English, but all these versions will, well, the main version, the basic version, will be translated into those languages that are present in the project. And there are a number of languages like Finnish, Swedish, Dutch, French, Spanish, Catalan, Basque, Slovenian, Portuguese, and Lithuanian. I think I have them all, yes. What were the main aims of the reflection toolkit that we developed? Well, the main aim was to promote reflection on LST in ITE programs in order to first elicit beliefs as well as thoughts about possibilities and challenges regarding LST. Secondly, to encourage reflection on what LST is, its definition, and how to promote it in the classroom, and also how to take a whole school university approach, because development in the classroom and development at school level are closely interconnected. Third, the third aim of the toolkit was to encourage student teachers to observe current practices and also to reflect on ways to improve those practices in the practicum schools in the first place. And last and fourth, to encourage teacher educators, but also in-service teachers, to reflect on current practices and beliefs regarding LST and to discuss concrete ideas for improvement. Let's go back to the previous slide. You see there in the left column reflection, which consists of two parts, two sections. The first one is reading and discussing, and this is really the time at which participants mostly in groups discuss and reflect. But then you have to take the next step, and this is quite crucial. There is also a stage of observation and then going to practice what, for instance, student teachers have learned during these discussions they had and during the preliminary stage of reflection, and then try things out in practice. So reflection should always result in practice and in improved practice. That's, of course, the main aim of our project, to change that things in a positive way. Outline of the reflection tools. What does it contain? Well, on the one hand, you have, that's in the left column, reflection through reading and discussing. And for this, we have specifically developed 4 instruments. That is 3 for the students, but at different levels. The reflection 1 targets the beginners, reflection 2 students at the intermediate level, and reflection 3 student teachers at the most advanced level. And there is also a 4th instrument which particularly targets the staff within ITE institutes, that is the education staff, and there we have also developed a reflection tool. And then in the right column, you will see observing and practicing. And for this, we developed an observation guide, which targets principally student teachers. What are the steps that can be taken when using the toolkit? Well, there are 2 tracks. There is a short track and there's a long track. The short track is actually something that can be performed during a 1 or 2 hour class session. And first, the teacher educator determines at what stage the student teachers are, according to the LST reflection tool, chooses a tool accordingly, one of the levels, and just use it, try it out. So that's the short track. On the right-hand side, you will see the long track, which can be used during a month or longer. So, and the first 2 steps are actually the same, determining the stage at which student teachers are, choosing the tool, but then don't stop there. The tool is used, but there are some ideas on how to move forward after using the one you choose, and that teacher educators could go on with the other student reflection tools when students move throughout the years from the beginners level to the more advanced level. They can also interrelate the use of the reflection tools with the observation guide. And a third possibility is to interrelate or finish the track with the staff reflection. So in this case, you can see that the instrument has some flexibility in how it can be used in practice. Let's have a closer look at the student-teacher reflections. So there are 3 levels, as I already explained to you. And for each level, there is an objective, a specific task, a method, and materials. And so for the beginning level, so the objective of that is to reflect on why LST is important in their profession as future teachers. And the task within the tool is to draw upon prior experiences with living with diverse languages and cultures at school, or not meeting them. And then compare those experiences with the introduction materials. And the introduction materials are video and a document that are especially selected to be used as an introduction. And we have made lists of videos and documents that can be used in specific or in various settings. And the main method used throughout the 3 levels is discussion in groups, followed by a whole group discussion. The objective of the intermediate level, student teachers at the intermediate level, is to promote reflection on LST at the point where some ideas on becoming a teacher and LST have already been acquired. And the main task here is who they want to be as linguistically sensitive teachers. So that is the principal question. And the materials here used are also a video and a document, followed by a SWOT analysis. And for this, we have produced handouts. So SWOT is strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And the objective for the advanced level students is to reflect on how they can work together with future teacher colleagues for a shared vision of LST while applying a whole school approach. And for this, we have developed a specific task and material, which is the dialogue mat. And you can see that here on at the bottom, the left column. That's actually how it looks. So well, let's move on to the education staff reflection, where we also developed a specific instrument, which is actually the dialogue mat, and which is the same as the one that is used or could be used with the advanced level student teachers. So what are the main functions, the main objectives of the education staff reflection is to engage staff, to reflect upon why LST is important in their profession as teacher educators, teachers, school administrators, support staff, etc. It could also help identify strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats that are related to LST. So this is a SWOT analysis, and it supports the planning of the next steps for the implementation of LST. So that means applying insights to real-life education settings and ITE curricula, and also committing to making some tangible changes for better supporting LST. In the photograph, you see a group of teacher educators who are discussing, and while using the dialogue mat, what you see here is the working version of the dialogue mat, because it looks like this in the end version. This is the color version. There are also alternative versions which are a little more simple, plain, and in black and white. So there are different versions available, varying in quality of design. So this is the nice design, what you see here. And throughout the use of the application of the dialogue mat, which is also a kind of SWOT analysis, the participants go through a number of steps. So they have to discuss the definition of LST, how they describe it, how they see it. And then there are a number of steps that specifically go into the SWOT, that strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And then as the last and sixth step that can be taken within the dialogue mat is the creative step. That this is a task in which the participants, in this particular case, teacher educators, are asked to make a drawing in which they try to describe the linguistically sensitive teacher of the future. So let's move on now to the observation guide, which is the second main tool within the Listiac toolkit, of which the main objective is to observe, but also make suggestions about improvement of practices. So the target group for the observation guide are the student teachers in the first place, but also other actors could be involved, like supervisors of practicums. Researchers can also use it, and in-service teachers as well. Its main aim is to promote reflection on LST by observing how LST in practice is developed or not developed while considering a whole school approach. And it is to be used at a school, for instance, during practicums, and ideally to be followed by a final group discussion. And the last one is quite important, but it's not sufficient to make the observations. It's also interesting to bring the different observations together, the observations that were carried out by the student or the student teachers, and then have an exchange of ideas and a discussion about what they observed and also about the suggestions that could be made for improvement of practice. The observation guide consists of 4 parts, which are the parts that have to be observed by the participants, the student teachers in this case. There's a part which focuses on languages in the whole school. The second part is related mainly to building good relations and supporting well-being. There is also a third part on linguistically sensitive classroom interaction in the different school languages. There could be one or there could be more. And then the fourth one is encouraging the use of various languages. So the observation guide looks like this. Again, this is the nice color version. There is also a more simple black and white alternative. And there you will see the 4 parts, and there is also a page with additional support, which is mainly a description of what could be observed within the 4 parts. So that's it for the observation guide. Now, what were the experiences of the participants? What did they say about the toolkit? What were their personal opinions? So the Listiac tools have been used throughout the project by several student teachers, in-service teachers, and teacher educators. And they were also piloted on different professional development training occasions. So not only in initial teacher education, but also in professional developments. In general, the tools were seen by the participants as positive and efficient, so by both teacher educators and student teachers, for a number of reasons. Well, the tools, they provide good activities for progressively rethinking LST, connecting theory, the practice, and helping student teachers present ideas for improvement in action. Secondly, they are simple, but well organized and designed for each ITE stage. The tools offer participants a possibility to think about their personal experiences and knowledge, doubts, fears, and needs connected with the multilingual reality, especially in student reflections 1 and 2. This is one of the important issues. And the tools help with observation and looking for ways to make LST emerge, or with looking for opportunities for ST, especially within the observation guide. And last but not least, they inspire action without requiring a lot of training. So what did they say? We've collected a number of quotes, which would give you some ideas of how the different participants in the project experienced the use of the reflection toolkit. The first one is a quote by a student teacher from Catalonia in Spain. I think it's a student teacher who who was involved, I think, in intermediate level of the reflection tool. So, about the video, I got emotional because I was touched by the girl who was reciting the poem. I really liked it. So yes, I think that when you see something with which you're able to connect, it makes your reflection stronger. You're able to, let's say, reflect or converse with other people about what you just saw. So I thought the SWOT was really nice because it gave everyone the chance to look inside themselves, do an introspection activity to see what we thought about the topic at hand, and then find the connections between all of us. The second quote is from a student teacher in Slovenia who said the following: I think it was good because I got to add some depth to my understanding of these things, and it helped me remember my own primary school experience in connection with foreign languages. A third testimony from a teacher educator from the Swedish-speaking minority in Finland. Because as I said earlier, I've had the opportunities, but I've not done it consciously at all. So it's so healthy to force oneself to think for real. What is it then? And not just to be like, I was on a great in-service training, or it was a great lecture, and then go home and continue working as I usually do, to get some kind of, how should I say it, echo consequences from what I am doing, and that's really interesting. And the fourth and last quote is from an in-service teacher who was at the same time teacher educator in France. Ah yes, had only good feedback on these dialogue mats. X, I suppose is a colleague, told me, it's great to have the time. It's a pity that we don't have the time to have moments like this between us, which would allow us to discuss together, to be able to theorize or share our experiences. And that's really something that we miss a lot in our profession. We are asked to collaborate and work together and are given no space to do it. So I think that given these testimonies, our mission is accomplished. And I hope that the toolkit that we produced, the reflection tools, can find our way to practice in initial teacher education programs across Europe. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions or further comments, you can, of course, react at a later time. So once again, thank you for your attention. Bye-bye. See you.
Hartelijk bedankt, Sven, for presenting this very useful toolkit. And please keep in mind that it's published on the webpage of the Listiac project, listiac.org. Finally, Marie Bergerot from Akademi University will summarize the key findings and implications for teacher education. And again, I would like to remind you that you can post questions and comments in the chat on listiac.org. But now, Marie, it is your turn.
Hello. So we will continue now with key findings and implications for teacher education from the previous presentations. What does this mean for the data? This work here that I present is continues from the report, the policy report we have created that is called Linguistically Sensitive Teacher Education, Toolkit for Reflection Tasks and Action Research. And it will be hopefully very soon available on our Listiac website, and I hope you will go look for that in the future. We have been, of course, a huge partnership to creating these findings, so I don't want to take the sole credit, although I am presenting these findings today. My name is Marie Bergerot, and I work at the Akademi University. As you can understand by now from the presentations, previous presentations, we have plenty of interesting data, and it's very rich in different kinds of reflections from both student teachers and teacher educators and teachers. And I only have 25 minutes on my to present this data. So I can only scratch the surface, but I hope you will go and look into the policy report afterwards to find more details and examples of the things that I talk about. I actually decided not to have so much text on my slides. I hope you are okay with that. I try to show you with some pictures what we found, and then I will talk more about what all this means for teacher education. As you already know from the presentations by Sven and Julia, we have based our data collection or our reflections quite much on SWOT analysis, which means that students and teacher educators have been talking about their strengths, but also about their weaknesses. And we find that this is a very good thing to do, because then you can understand both sides of the coin. It's always always both positive and more challenging issues when you're trying to develop something new. And this also leads that there are some contradictions in our data, what the students and the teachers say. And when it comes to student-teacher voices, we have a lot of data, and the student teachers, almost all of them, think that the work we are doing within this project and is very important, and this is something that really is needed in their future work. So this is something that student teachers really strongly believe that they need more guidance in. And now we have to remember that we have collected data from all stages of students, those in the beginning stages, in the intermediate stages, and those advanced stages. So sometimes, of course, the students will get more information later on in their studies. But as you know, students always want to know everything right now, and they feel that here is something that we still need to work with within teacher education. There's an interesting contradiction in the data. And because we are working with the European Policy Innovation Project, it's very important to understand that students are strong believers in plurilingual policies as are promoted by the European Union. And they echo kind of a strong belief in these kind of policies. They say that it is, of course, important that all the students, pupils in schools have the opportunities to succeed, whatever their background is, whatever their languages are, whatever their cultural backgrounds are. They also talk about globalization, world economics. It's important that the pupils gain strong language skills and are strong language users in the future. And the students also show that they are very well aware of current policies and frameworks that are in place for in EU and in regional policies and national policies and even local policies, which tend to quite often take up this linguistically sensitive teaching in some form. And this is also the students believe that they are quite language aware. They speak languages and are interested in languages. And this gives a very, very positive picture of future. But when we go to the challenges, the weaknesses, and perhaps even the threats the students are experiencing, the picture becomes a bit more scared, as you can see on the second picture on this slide. The students feel that they do not have enough practice in these kind of matters. I have a quote here from one student who says that, "I think that since we are students, we might not have had the opportunity to practice facing these kinds of situations with students who have different backgrounds in the field. In theory, we might know how to handle it, but we don't know how to handle it when we actually are in that situation." So the students feel that they get quite a lot of theory in teacher education, but to try out that in practice, then it's a bit more uncertain how to do it. And I think this is quite familiar with all of you who have been working with teacher education. Somehow it would be important to have opportunities to try out all the things you read in theory. The students also say that they don't really know where to look for helpful teaching materials, what kind of strategies they should use if they meet a student who has a different language than they have themselves. Also, if it's a situation where the classroom is not very diverse, perhaps having all the students have the same mother tongue, those kind of classrooms still exist. How to do in those cases, how to bring in the other languages and to remember to bring in other languages to provide opportunities for all students to take part of diversity. And because our data also is collected throughout Europe in different kind of linguistic situations, we have many minority contexts where we have collected data. For example, in Finland, we have the Swedish medium schools. And because Swedish is spoken only by 5% of the population, there's also the fear that what if we don't really work with the language, use Swedish only, what happens with the language in those cases? Who will fight for the rights to use that language then? There is also one very interesting thing that we noticed that seems to be quite similar throughout Europe, and it's the willingness to rely on English if the pupils and the student teacher do not have a shared language. So the student teachers often see English as a solution, and that usually they manage to solve. But if there is a situation that the pupil does not know English, what do you do then? I think this is quite an important finding for us, and we recommend that the students will have to train for situations where they have to handle languages that they don't know from before. So to sum up this part, the student teachers are very positive. I think we have a good ground in Europe to build up a brighter future, but we still need to look closer to the fears and challenges that they experience in order to make this bright future to really happen. And if we go to teacher educator voices, I talk about teacher educators here, but I want you to remember that this group of educators is quite broad. We actually have teachers working in school. We have administrators, both in schools and in teacher education. We have school principals, all kinds of people working in these groups reflecting. So it's not only within universities these voices are being heard. But in the similar way as we had contradictions in the student data, we also find quite interesting contradictions in teacher educator voices. In the similar way as in the data, we find this partly very positive appreciating attitudes and voices about plurilingualism in general. It's a good thing to know languages. It's a good thing to have various backgrounds. And that kind of things are needed in teacher education a lot more than we have now. But still, there happens something in the future, in the later on in the studies, and suddenly the positive attitudes become a bit more hesitant or complicated. But before I go to that, I would like to point out that this part of the data is massive. If we had a lot of attitudes, beliefs, and aspects in the student voices, we have 10 times more in teacher educator voices. And it is very interesting data, and I hope that we will have opportunities to continue on this. Sometimes I feel that we are now in the closing seminar of the Listiac, but it could as well be a starting seminar for the next project where we look more deeper in these data. The teacher educators want to resist the very simplified view of languages. They conclude that this school language or institutional language and English, it's too simple to understand the diversity, linguistic diversity in Europe today. And this is quite a strong voice in the data that I think we need to follow up. They, for example, talk a lot about these regional languages, understanding languages that are closely related between countries, like Norwegian and Swedish are very easy to understand, and using those kinds of opportunities to not only speak the instructional language and English, but taking in the other languages too. This is, of course, often also related to the minority issues, that there are not only one strong language and one less strong language, but there are a multitude of languages present in all institutions. When we talk about language also, now I refer to different languages, but when the teacher educators talk about the concept language, it's not only about different languages or dialects or variations, but it also includes the language of mathematics. And that's a bit different kind of a language, but that's more than relevant when we talk about teacher education. We also have language and emotions. Teacher educators get to talk about the concept language. Even that discussion is very interesting. In general, I could also say that the teacher educators use a lot of emotions when they talk about these issues. So we can see that this is very close to the heart of the teacher educators. But at the same time, because they are often quite highly educated, they also use theories to try to find meaning or understanding in how they feel and how they want to express those things. There's yet another thing that I think we could look closer into. But if we go back to the picture, when the student teachers come to teacher education, they are accepted and appreciated as they are. The teacher educators are very positive in if there are plurilingual individuals coming to teacher education, and they say that we need to have more diverse cultural and linguistic backgrounds in our teacher education. And I do agree with that. But this is a thing that it's the teacher educators as individuals meeting plurilingual individuals. That's very positive. And when the teacher educators talk about teaching plurilingual individuals, they also are very positive. They try to find ways to help the students to orient, to learn languages, to use languages, to share their background, share their understanding. And this is especially in the beginning of the studies. But then something happens somewhere in the middle of the teacher studies when the teacher educators in a way stop to see the individual person that is the student teacher, and they start to see the future teacher. And this is quite interesting point where attitudes change. Suddenly, it's not more the rights of the individual student teacher to use whatever language however they want to, but they start to think about the future pupils in school. What kind of language do they have right to get from their teacher? So in this case, the focus will change, and the linguistic rights of the pupils in school come as more important. And this might mean that the student teacher who has been allowed to use multiple languages in different ways now suddenly needs to use the language of mathematics, for example, in a very precise way, in a very correct way, in order to be teaching that subject in school to the pupils. And this change, I think, is something that we could start to look closer into, how to make this change more smooth in the future. I noticed that I have been talking quite much. This is, as I said, very rich data, and I could talk for hours. But we have tried to put this down to some recommendations for initial teacher education, what to think about if you really want to make the change happen through teacher education. One aspect that I am a bit ashamed to admit myself, I hadn't really understood the importance of, is to promote research-based teacher education. The teacher educators say in many ways that the only way they can make this change happen in teacher education is that they themselves do research and are part of the change and are part of understanding the change. Because they said that if they are not actually teaching in schools, the only way they can show that this is the right path to follow is that they research in schools and in their own practices and try to understand what is needed. This research is also needed in this modern society where we have different kind of media approaches, and we have politicians who might talk different kind of messages compared to this message that research talk says. In order to fight different kind of misconceptions, the teacher educators feel that they need to have a strong research-based background, and they also need to have students who do research and look deeper in the things, not just going based on their own beliefs. So this is only done with a long-term action research approach in many ways. When it comes to talking about the administration in initial teacher education, there is a clear need to create multilingual language policies for initial teacher education. This means that in many cases in our data, the teacher educators mention that when you take up multilingualism on administrative level, it's also very easily equated with English only. So if you have one course in English, then it's enough. But as our data shows that for student teachers, actually there is a need to use the other languages also, not only English. So it would be important to bring in a policy where you talk about where you identify what kind of languages are present in the initial teacher education and in the society at large, what are used and how they all are supported, how opportunities for all of these languages are provided. We also noticed in our data that still, when we talk about linguistically sensitive teaching, it's quite common that many teacher educators think that it's about language teaching or language didactics. And of course, it's also about language teaching and language didactics, but not only that. We have tried to promote the understanding of linguistically sensitive teaching as a part of the linguistic dimension of school. So it has to do with inclusion, it has to do with well-being, it has to do with democracy, it has to do with access to knowledge. So all these kind of things that are important for the general teacher competence, not only in languages. And that of course means that the linguistically sensitive teaching needs to be addressed in different courses within initial teacher education. And then our final recommendations. We have tried to, with our rather simple reflection tools, to find ways how to take in reflections about linguistically sensitive teaching throughout the teacher education. And we feel that this is very important. It should not be one-off thing, one reflection in the beginning of the studies, but it should rather follow up as a pathway through teacher education. For example, in one of our partners at University, they found a way to make this pathway throughout the program that is very nice. There were a bit different views if there should also be a starting course where you could lay the foundation on these kind of topics. And that is, of course, if there is time and possibilities, a good option to have both a separate course, but then also this pathway through the program. One of the important things in our data is the multi-site partnerships for linguistically sensitive teaching. Some of the partnerships are here and now as practicum, universities and schools, how to work together for the student teachers learning. But some practices or some partnerships are in the imagined future. For example, for the student teachers to have good relationships with the parents of their future students or pupils. How shall teacher education support that? And finally, the most important thing is, of course, that this is not only for initial teacher education, but it should continue throughout the teacher professional career. And teacher agency is very important word in our data. If the teachers are not active to promote the change, it will not necessarily happen. So this should also continue in the final stages of the education and in further in-service teaching. I thank you for this part, and I hope you follow up the change and are a part of the change in the future.
Kiitos. Thank you very much, Julia, Sven and Mari. These are really impressive and useful results that will be available on the Listiac website, listiac.org. But now, dear audience, the question is, are you still awake or have you fallen asleep? How about you, frère Jacques? Dormez-vous? Are you ready to sing along? The next video in our series is a musical one, so clear your throat and sing your heart out. After this video, we will have a coffee break and we will be back at 2:45 Central European time. See you!
Hallo, ich bin Sebastian.
Ja mun nimeni on Rebekka.
Jetzt sollen wir alle ein bekanntes Lied singen.
Osaatteko arvata, mikä laulu se on? Jaakko kulta, herää jo, kellojasi soita, pium paum pom.
Bruder Jakob, schläfst du noch? Hörst du nicht die Glocken, ding dang dong. Bruder Jakob, sover du? Hör du inte klockan, hör du inte klockan, ding ding dong, ding ding dong. Und jetzt spielen wir Piano.
Och ni får sjunga med på ert eget språk.
Welcome back. When you work on a project and a topic close to your heart for a long period of time, you tend to become a bit blind to both flaws and achievements. And that's why it's good to have experts and critical friends to comment and bring their perspectives to your work. Today we have two distinguished guests, Professor Emeritus Jim Cummins from the University of Toronto and Policy Officer Oana Felekan from the European Commission to share their thoughts on the topic.
Hello, everybody. I'm very happy to be here and to have the opportunity to comment on the Listiac report. And I'd like to thank Siv Björklund and her team for the invitation to do so. I'd also like to congratulate Siv and her team based in Finland and all of the other teams across Europe, the national partners, for an outstanding project that hopefully will have a major impact on policy and instructional practice in Europe and internationally. Despite the inherent challenges of a very complex cross-national project like this, and then the additional complexities and uncertainties caused by the ongoing pandemic, the project more than met its goals and has produced instructional tools and resources that will inject linguistically sensitive teaching into national policy discussions and school improvement plans. And this hopefully will lead to a transformation in the way language in general and linguistic diversity in particular is integrated into school curricula and initial teacher education. And the focus of my remarks is on what I'm calling putting Listiac and the project in its place. In other words, how do we normalize linguistically sensitive teaching within the everyday life of schools? So I want to look at how the Listiac project fits into the broader sphere of educational change and school improvement. And there are two aspects to this. First, within the research literature and scholarly literature on school improvement generally, where does linguistically sensitive teaching fit in? How does it relate to all the other instructional demands and curricular priorities that school leaders and teachers are mandated to incorporate into their instruction? What's the broader framework for school improvement, and particular improvement in educational outcomes for marginalized and vulnerable students, into which linguistically sensitive teaching can most easily and productively be integrated? And what we're talking about here is like, what's the schema or the mindset or the set of understandings that educators have about effective instruction for multilingual students, and how does linguistically sensitive teaching fit into that mindset? Because if linguistically sensitive teaching is out there just by itself and not integrated with the broader scheme of understandings of what constitutes effective instruction for all students, but particularly for multilingual students, then it's likely to get lonely and not really be integrated because people don't understand how it fits into the broader picture, the bigger picture. And then a second perspective for putting linguistically sensitive teaching in its place involves considering it in the context of all of the multiple worthwhile initiatives that have been proposed to improve schools over the years. And these are initiatives, in many cases, that have failed to change the fundamental structure of education and the inequities that continue to be reproduced by that structure. Like, what are the knots in the implementation process that linguistically sensitive teaching is likely to encounter? If we understand the nature of these barriers, we're in a better position to bypass or overcome them. And let me give you the example of the Bullock report in the UK, which was published in the mid-1970s as an example of how a set of initiatives that were proposed by a committee, a very enlightened committee, headed by Lord Bullock in the UK, that focused on how do we integrate language across the curriculum, how these initiatives have faltered in the sense that if one were to look right now at typical teaching across Europe, typical teaching across North America and other places, I think we would find only a small number of schools, a small number of teachers who are actively integrating language and content across the curriculum. And yet this is an initiative that, when it was proposed by the Bullock report, was endorsed by policymakers, was endorsed by researchers, and for a time seemed to have a significant effect. And yet it has faded over the years such that it's hard to identify it at this point in time. And so my concern is that the work that has been done on the Listiac project, the highlighting of the importance of linguistically sensitive teaching, not meet the same fate. How can we integrate linguistically sensitive teaching into the life of schools and into the schema, the cognitive schema that educators bring into the classroom? And I'm going to show a couple of slides at this point to illustrate some of the issues that I'm talking about here. So just to recap, the two issues that I want to focus on is, first of all, how does linguistically sensitive teaching fit into a broader schema for promoting educational attainment for immigrant background and other vulnerable or marginalized students? And secondly, what strategies can policymakers pursue to ensure that linguistically sensitive teaching and effective teaching of immigrant background students more generally gets implemented within schools? In relation to the first issue, I've tried to integrate notions of linguistically sensitive teaching into a broader schema that I've talked about over a number of years, and I'll show you that schema at this point. I haven't used the term linguistically sensitive teaching because this was not a term that was around when I initially devised this framework. But this framework came about as a way to try and identify evidence-based instructional responses that have the potential to push back some of the negative effects of what researchers have called opportunity gaps or sources of potential disadvantage that multilingual and marginalized students may encounter. And when we look at the international research data on school achievement, there are three broad groups of students that tend to experience disproportionate educational disadvantage. First, there are students from linguistically diverse backgrounds who are learning the school language as an additional language when they come to school. Then there are students from socially disadvantaged or low socioeconomic status backgrounds. And thirdly, there are students from marginalized backgrounds whose communities have been subject to various forms of societal discrimination, stereotypes, and racism in the broader society, often over generations. And the students who experience the most profound disadvantage tend to be characterized by all three of these background sets of opportunity gaps. But within each of these categories, We can identify on the basis of the research evidence-based instructional responses. So for example, in terms of helping students acquire the school language, the research suggests that teachers need to be prepared in both senses of the term to scaffold comprehension and production of language across the curriculum. And this refers to all teachers, not just language specialist teachers. So the science teacher, the math teacher needs to have these sets of instructional skills just as much as the teacher who's teaching the school language as a specialty. There's strong agreement among researchers at this point that students' first language is relevant to their academic achievement, and we need to look at ways of engaging students' multilingual repertoires. And then we need to reinforce academic language across the curriculum. You can see that in engaging students' multilingual repertoires and reinforcing academic language across the curriculum, it's very easy to integrate linguistically sensitive teaching into both of those categories. If we look at students from socially disadvantaged backgrounds, there are many things that teachers have no control over, such as housing segregation, overcrowding in students' homes, etc. But one thing that we do have a huge amount of control over is our approach to literacy. And we know from a lot of research that students who are growing up in homes characterized by poverty, where there has not been the opportunity for parents to buy books because they don't have the money to buy books or buy iPhones or fancy mobile phones, students experience a different exposure to literacy in their homes in comparison to typical middle-class students. And so inadequate access to print in home and schools is characteristic of many students growing up in socially disadvantaged backgrounds. There's a huge amount of research, for example, from the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, as well as many other sources, showing that literacy engagement is a prime determinant of how well students will develop literacy attainment. For example, the OECD data showed that for 15-year-olds, there's about a 1/3 overlap between the negative effects of low socioeconomic status and the positive effects of reading engagement. This suggests that if schools could get students actively engaged with reading from a very early stage, we could push back about 1/3 of the negative effects of social disadvantage. So maximizing print access and literacy engagement is a key element. And again, in the context of literacy engagement, drawing students' attention to language, reinforcing how language works across the curriculum is key. And that, again, is another way of talking about linguistically sensitive teaching. And then finally, students from marginalized communities who have experienced a process of identity devaluation, both in the broader society, as well as often within schools. We need to connect instruction to students' lives, and connecting instruction to students' lives means connecting instruction to students' languages and cultures. We need to focus on decolonizing curriculum and instruction and affirming students' identities in association with literacy engagement. Now, this is a framework that I think goes some way to initiating discussion within schools in terms of what directions we could pursue as a school community. It's just one of numerous other ways of slicing the pie, but it's an example of how the importance of linguistically sensitive teaching can be enhanced when connections are made to other dimensions of school improvement. And I will try to illustrate that with this framework. As I said, this is just one framework, and the same process could be pursued with other frameworks that may be operating. Okay, if we move to the second point that I want to talk about, how can we ensure that linguistically sensitive teaching actually gets into schools, actually becomes part of the mindset of teachers and school leaders, such that we can see its impact within classrooms? And this is an issue that I've talked about and been concerned about for many, many years, because when we look at enabling schools to take account of the fact that the school systems have changed, increasingly diversity is the norm. In Toronto, where I work, and Vancouver in Canada, as well as many cities in the United States and increasingly in Europe, we have a a majority of students in the school system who are coming from non-English backgrounds and backgrounds that are different, home backgrounds that are different in terms of language spoken than the language of the school. And yet, up until recently, in my own institution, the Ontario Institute for Studies in Education, initial teacher education paid virtually no attention to these issues. We were graduating students, new teachers going out into schools with no knowledge of anything to do with bilingualism, no knowledge of language development and academic development among multilingual students. And the efforts that colleagues of mine and I tried to make to change this over the years were not that successful in instituting any kind of major change. It has changed over the last 5 or 6 years because the ministry extended the initial teacher education program, the postgraduate program, so that it became 2 years rather than 1. And now there is a mandatory course in Ontario teacher education programs called Supporting English Language Learners. But for many, many years, we were blocked in terms of trying to get any kind of focus on issues related to linguistic diversity into the initial teacher education program. And looking at this, when we look at improvement of schools generally, the notion of capacity building is key to all of the school reform, school improvement literature. So how can we build the capacity of school leaders and teachers in our schools so that they become prepared, they have the knowledge base and the willingness to implement instructional strategies that respond to the plurilingual nature of the student population? I've argued that at one level, this is far simpler than it may appear in reality. Because if we look at school leaders, and we have a situation in many parts of Canada where school leaders have had no opportunity to find out anything related to multilingual learners. And so we have a total absence of leadership in many schools. Not all, many school principals have learned it on the job and are doing amazing work, but many have no knowledge of anything to do with multilingualism or linguistically sensitive teaching. So how can we build the capacity of school leaders to provide effective leadership in multilingual schools? One way of doing it is if the school authorities, the policymakers within municipalities or within ministries of education decided that part of the job description of an effective school leader within a highly diverse school system is knowing how to educate students who are from multilingual backgrounds. And in order to do this, they could just simply insert a requirement into the job description that school leaders should possess the basic knowledge and expertise necessary to provide effective instructional leadership in schools characterized by diversity. We could ideally, at this point, include specific mention of linguistically sensitive teaching. So if that is in the job description that an aspiring school principal reads, and they realize that they have no knowledge of what linguistically sensitive teaching is, they're going to go and find out because they know in the interview process, they're going to be asked about linguistically sensitive teaching and how they would implement that within their school process. If we look at teachers, the same principle applies. If the education of immigrant background students is the responsibility of the entire school, then all teachers, not just language specialist teachers, need to have the knowledge and expertise to teach these students effectively. So municipalities could make clear that priority in hiring new teachers will be given to those who can demonstrate knowledge and expertise in teaching multilingual students, regardless of whether their major qualification is in teaching science, mathematics, or other content areas. If this requirement were implemented, if this were appearing in job descriptions, you would soon find a washback effect where people who were going for jobs would say, well, I never found out anything about this in my initial teacher education program. And you're going to get pressure on teacher education programs to include this information and these instructional strategies in their programs. And so at one level, changing the structure of schools can be a no-cost process. Obviously, I'm oversimplifying here, but it highlights the fact that what we're talking about is not a matter of money only. Obviously, professional development is going to be part of any process which costs money, but it's a matter of mindset. And somewhere in the system within which initial teacher education is a part of, we need to inject a focus on effective teaching, which will include linguistically sensitive teaching, so that all faculty members within a teacher education program become aware that this is part of their job description. And so this is a challenge that I think we can look forward to in the future. The knot that exists in systems of education is that we have only a small proportion of researchers in the broad picture. We have only a small proportion of policymakers. We have only a small proportion of educators who have specialist knowledge at this point in issues related to language and academic achievement, as well as multilingualism. And so how can we work with our colleagues so that the priority that must be assigned to teaching multilingual students is one that becomes shared across the system, so that we build in the expectation that school leaders will know something about how to provide leadership in a highly diverse multilingual school? How can we build in the expectation so that all teachers realize that even though they may be a math teacher at the secondary level or a science teacher, they also can benefit, and their teaching can benefit, and their students can benefit by knowing how to integrate language into the teaching of science, and knowing how to implement linguistically sensitive teaching for all students, but particularly students who are from marginalized and multilingual backgrounds. So thank you for the opportunity to share some thoughts with you, and I look forward to working with colleagues involved in this project in trying to promote linguistically sensitive teaching into the schools over the next years. So congratulations again to Siv and her amazing team and teams across Europe who have brought this perspective so powerfully into the policy discussion. So thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Thank you so much for inviting me today to the closing conference of the Listiac project. First of all, let me warmly congratulate Akademi University and all the consortium partners for the rich work you have been doing in relation to this project. I was very happy and impressed to get the opportunity to know more about the Listiac project while preparing the European Day of Language conference hosted by our Directorate General last year in September, event during which the Listiac project was showcased. Much research has gone into the benefits of multilingualism, and tools have been developed to help individual teachers. In spite of this, there is still a way to go to change monolingual framed policies and practices in schools. Listiac's very existence is a step in the right direction. As an action research project, it actively engages teachers in some necessary reflections for increasing linguistically sensitive teaching from initial teacher education to all schools. We have heard earlier today about linguistically sensitive teaching and initial teacher education and about the project's outputs. I would like to place now the project into the wider European policy context in the field of teaching and learning of languages and indicate some initiatives where the outputs and reflection of this project could be further used. I'm sure you all heard already about the European education area, this vision set out by the European leaders of a European education area to interconnect education in Europe. We are building the European education area to ensure that students can move freely and learn freely across the European Union. The European education area is there to support all learners according to their needs in an inclusive way. This slide that you show gives an overview of the framework for the European education area and the different initiatives to achieve it by 2025. Teaching and learning of languages is an integral part of this goal. More precisely, it is linked to quality in education and training, so support lifelong acquisition of language competencies. It is linked to inclusion and in particular pathways to school success. And of course to the teachers and trainers, and here an important initiative is the Erasmus Plus teacher academies. As a reminder, it is good to underline that there is a strong joint commitment by the Ministers of Education of the 27 member states to make language learning a real priority. In May 2019, they adopted a Council recommendation for that purpose. The goal is that every young European should leave secondary school education with full command of the language of schooling, excellent competencies in the first foreign language, and with confidence and some skills in a third language, regardless if it has been learned in school or elsewhere. The recommendation places a strong focus on comprehensive approaches to the teaching and learning of languages to achieve these objectives and promotes the concept of language awareness in schools. Language awareness in schools implies a multilingual and whole school approach, engaging all teachers and school leaders, involving parents, other carers, and the wider school community. It includes understanding that learning in general is affected by the way schools' attitude to languages interact with children's use of language. Language awareness in school entails a comprehensive language strategy involving a continuous reflection on the language dimension in all facets of the school life and proposing an overarching approach to the teaching of all languages in schools. The language of schooling, home language, foreign language, and so on. In other words, and to put it more concretely, language awareness schools value linguistic diversity of their learners, recognize their prior language skills, and use them as a learning resource. Language-aware schools support teachers in addressing the use of specific language in their respective subject areas, including raising awareness of different language registers and vocabulary. All this is embedded in the staff working document that accompanies the Council recommendation. Before going further, I would like just to stress that the Listiac project was funded under the Key Action 3 strand of Erasmus+, which is called Support for Policy Reform, which are targeted, so these actions are targeted at the achievement of the goals of the European policies agenda. So in our case, the objectives linked of the Council recommendation on languages. And it's only normal that its results and lessons learned are widely spread and shared with the member states in order as many as possible to benefit from it. Now, what are the next steps for language learning at the EU level? We are creating very strong links and we are embedding the language awareness concept in the new initiative Pathways to School Success. The Pathways to School Success will focus on raising the level of proficiency in basic skills of as many pupils as possible, while increasing the number of young people with an upper secondary qualification. It will have a special focus on disadvantaged groups, more at risk of underachievement and early school leaving. It will incorporate proposals and good practices on how to develop and promote inclusive learning environments with a strong culture of well-being, which will be beneficial to both pupils, to the teachers, and the entire school community. The European Commission will adopt a proposal for a Council recommendation on pathways during the first semester 2022. And last December, we have started a new cycle of working group meetings for the 2021-2025 periods. There is a strand of the working group schools has a strand related to the Pathways to School Success initiative. And in this framework, we hope to also address the language learning dimensions and, as I told you, the language awareness concept later on in connection with the Pathways to School Success initiative. The slide here explains the logic of the Pathways to School. I will not enter into the detail of it, but just to mention, and it's important to mention, that Pathways calls for a systemic approach. This means that in order to promote school success for all, it is necessary to consider all educational dimensions, actors, context, relations, and interactions that may have an impact on the educational experience of each individual learner, the learner being, of course, at the heart of everything. A systemic approach needs to start at the school level. This is what we mean by whole school approach. A whole school approach acknowledges that schools, families, communities, local services are distinct but interconnected systems. To reach an impact in supporting all learners towards school success, all these different systems have to engage and cooperate. And key words here are multidisciplinarity and cooperation. A systemic approach requires also acting at the broader level, the level of the education system, its structure, its organization. A whole school approach is not enough if at the system level certain conditions are not met. These are conditions that we know have a clear impact on equity and inclusion, such as access to quality early childhood education and care, reducing segregation, grade repetition, and further promoting the language awareness concept in schools. Those aspects are not new, but are important elements for a comprehensive strategy. Now, what I would like to also tell you, in the context of the Pathways to School Success, we will be using the European Toolkits for School. This toolkit was created in 2016. It is part of the European platform School Education Gateway, which I invite you to have a look at, because it's a rich platform. It's a platform with rich materials for teachers. The hyperlink to the toolkit it's in the title of this slide. This is a self-assessment tool to help reflect on the inclusion policies and practices. It was developed in 2016 in connection to the work done at the time on early school leaving. But now with the new pathway initiatives, it will of course be widened. And the outputs of the Listiac project have its place to be further promoted also and included in this European toolkit. Now, I would also like to mention, coming back to the Council recommendation on a comprehensive approach to the teaching and learning of languages, there are several building blocks and several activities that contribute to achieving its objectives. And one of them is a cooperation with the European Centre for Modern Languages of the Council of Europe in Graz, who are organizing a series of webinars and trainings for teachers to support multilingual classrooms. These activities are co-funded with the help of Erasmus+, and in case among the audience are teachers who would like to follow these trainings, just click on the hyperlink in the slide for further information. And before I close, I would like to mention one last word on the Erasmus+ teacher academies. You may probably know already the new Erasmus Plus program for the period 2021-2027 launched a new action entitled Erasmus Plus Teacher Academies to support teachers, trainers, educators, school leaders, and promote their professional development and research-based teacher education. The action will contribute to a bigger attractiveness of the teaching profession, better recognition of teachers in the society, and high-quality teacher education. These academies will be networks of teacher education institutions providing initial teacher education as well as continuous professional development, together with ministries and other stakeholders, to work together on common European issues such as inclusion, gender equality, sustainable environment, and digital learning. And yes, language learning and teaching, building language awareness in school, linguistically sensitive teaching, all this could be funded, and it's part of the topics that will be supported by the teacher academies. So I really encourage you to further have a look at this, and maybe it's a way to continue the work you have been doing on Listiac. This action is implemented by the European Education and Culture Executive Agency, EACA. It is a call that is published every year. So the first call was published, the first selection took place last year. Now in November 2021, the call for 2022 was published. The deadline is the 7th of September 2022. There is an overall budget, an yearly budget of 50 million euro that indicatively fund around 10 projects. So the first projects are being now selected, and they will be run as of this year. And the objective is by 2025 to fund 25 teacher academies. Please also click, there is a small brochure that where you can have further information, and don't hesitate to get in touch with colleagues in EACA who also organize webinars on how to apply to this strand, to this activity. So on this, I thank you very much again for hosting me, having me today, and congratulations again for the work on the Listiac project.
Thank you very much, both of you, for the kind words about the Listiac project and for sharing your insights with us. This webinar is drawing to a close, but before we say Atea Vista, I would like to hear what the project leader, Siv, feels at this very moment, having listened to all the presentations today.
Oh, I say, what a day! But I'm really proud of the Listiac team. We have seen now some of our researchers, some of our field workers, some of our distinguished researchers, but there are also those who haven't been able to participate or have their own presentations. But from the bottom of my heart, I really appreciate all of you, what you have done during all these years. Thank you very much. That is, I'm thinking also that 3 years, that is a long time, but we have also accomplished a lot.
You have fulfilled your goals, haven't you?
Well, I admit I had to just look at our proposal, what we really had promised and what have we achieved. So I have here a checklist written down here, and we have promised to promote a paradigm shift from the language isolation policy to linguistically sensitive teaching for all classroom contexts, also reaching out to non-language subject teachers and teacher educators. I think we have reached quite a lot of them, and they are on their way towards linguistically sensitive teaching. So that was check 1.
Check on that one, yes.
Check 2. The presented Listiac toolkit has been built upon general pedagogical principles of the teachers participating in the project, which enables linguistic sensitive teaching to be a part of the teacher professional competence. This we will work on very hard for the coming years, and we hope also that all our partners will have a use of the Listiac toolkits and use it for example, during practicum periods to have student teachers to observe linguistically sensitive teaching and advance in their own observations about what linguistic sensitive teaching is about.
So you would say check on that one?
Check on that too. And we also think that we has initiated a work on teacher cognition where we have activated teachers and teacher educators their own resources of what promotion of multilingualism entails. So we have had these discussions, and we hope that the discussions will continue in all classrooms, but also among teacher educators all across Europe. So that was check 3, I think.
That's 3, I think, yes.
And I also think that we had advanced a change. We had our slogan, "We are here for change." And at least we have begun the change in mainstream classrooms, where teaching more closely suits all students' multilingual daily practices and supports all their languages. And above all, I think we have started to address the persistent challenge or problem of social inequality in education, which we would like to lead to where we can enable pupils to become active European citizens. That is what it's all about, having all participating in the European society.
And being prepared for the globalized world that we talked about in the beginning. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we all know now that it's been a really content-filled day, and but what would you say would be the 3 most important takeaway messages that we all should take home with us from today?
I would like to say to all of you that you are valuable, and you are valuable in the process of be there for the change, for trying to support every child's and every pupil's need to be respected for their multilingualism and for their language identity. We are all needed there to help them to go into next decades of a globalizing world.
Yes. And finally, what would you like to say to the Listiac partners and Listiac friends around Europe?
Hope you join us for the change. We have initiated a bit what we have been doing, and we hope that you now continue to move on and have the change coming to new dimensions in the future. And I also would like, as I said, all of the Listiac partners, you've been there for 3 years. We had a great cooperation. Thank you to the research team. Thank you to the fieldwork team, and thank you also for the other senior and junior researchers participating in the project. And also a special thank you to the steering committee with the members from the ministries and with Jim Cummins. You have always been there for us, supported us, and also have implemented a lot of new ideas. So thank you for that. And Oana for being with us today and supporting us also during this last year. We had a webinar in October where Oana was also presenting. And thank you, Oana, for being here also today. And finally, for this day, thank you, Yvonne, for being here. Thank you to all the technical support that have been surrounded here through the day. You have done a tremendous job. Thank you very much.
Yes, and congratulations to you, Siv, and the entire team behind the Listiac project. Well done. And really, in a way, it's now that the work really starts, isn't it?
It is. We still go on. Our project will officially end mid-February, so we will still have some gatherings, but I hope that you have had a lot of input today, and that will something that you can bring with you for your coming days at work in the field of education.
And thank you all so much for following and joining us today. And here to guide you into this new linguistically sensitive year is a fable. Take care and stay safe.
Hej, mitt namn är Emma.
Hej, jag heter Claudia och nu ska vi berätta en känd fabel. El viento y el sol. El sol y el viento discutían un día sobre su respectivo poder. No pudiendo convencerse el uno al otro con razones, decidieron que ganaría el que consiguiera que un viajero se sacase la capa que llevaba puesta.
Sjeverni vjetar je prvi isprobao svoje snage na putniku. Svom silom je vukao kaput koji je putnik imao na sebi. Ali što se putnik više smrzavao, to je više stezao kaput oko sebe. Sjeverni vjetar se predao i zatim je došao red sunca.
Chegou então o momento do sol dar as suas provas. Começou logo a convergir sus rayos sobre a cabeça do pobre homem com tal ardor que o obrigou a tirar a sua capa e sentar-se à sombra de uma árvore, transpirando e ensolarado. Foi o sol então o vencedor.
Bolje je ubjeđivati ljude sa dobrim riječima nego silom. Ćao!
Ćao!